Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 6 p.m. This is a regular meeting for Tuesday, January 21st, 2025. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Tim Hale, Assemblymember Hale, are you online?
Here.
Stephanie Nowers?
Here.
Dee McKee, I am expecting. Maxwell Sumner?
Here.
Bill Gamble?
Here.
Dimitri Fonov?
Here.
Ron Bernier?
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a quorum.
Thank you. Is there anything that any members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Yes, Assemblyperson Fonov, go ahead, sir.
It's the resolution. I have to get the number real quick. It's all right. What page are we? Is it on? The RS 25002.
Okay. Madam Clerk, you got that? Okay. Is there any other items to pull from the consent agenda? Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, hearing none, then the agenda is approved as presented with the one pulling. Alrighty, if you all stand, please. And Madam Clerk, tonight, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd be honored.
Oh, okay. I've asked the clerk to lead us in the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'll bring the mic closer. There are no minutes to be approved. Agency reports. We have a report from the city, or, yep, please come forward.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor DeVries, Manager Brown, and council members. I'm Glenda Ledford, Mayor for the City of Wasilla. And Wasilla High School Band's annual Mardi Gras concert fundraiser is Saturday, January 25th at 6 p.m. in the school gym. This is to support our band with uniforms, and Wasilla has a marching band now. We're all proud of that. So, believe it or not, spring's gonna come. Alaska Farm and Garden Show with vendors and seminars is February 1st and 2nd at the Menard Sports Center. Hours are Saturday 10 to 6, Sunday 11 to 5. The Matsu Food Bank annual fundraiser, Hearts for Hunger, is being held at Evangelos on February the 8th, 2025. For more information or tickets, call 907-357-3769. Or you can call me. I have plenty. And we also have a gun raffle. We need to help the food bank because our food bank serves the whole borough.
It does.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anyone from the city of Wasilla or the city of Palmer. Okay, and we're not going to have anyone here from the school district tonight. And I don't see Todd for the state of Alaska. I think he is either still in Washington, D.C. or on his way back. There has not been a joint assembly school board committee, right? No. Okay, thank you. Does any of the assembly have any public relations reports? Okay. I attended yesterday the Martin Luther King Event Center event at the Glen Massey, and it was very full agenda. One thing I did learn that I didn't know, there was a number of people that was in the military, mostly black, that were on the end of putting in the Alaska Highway on the Alaska side. And when Governor Walker was the governor, he signed a bill, Senate Bill 46, that designated October 25th every year as a time to acknowledge that dedication and contribution. And so as we get closer to that time, you'll see that I put it on my calendar and Tiffany's, because it's not a holiday or anything like that. It's just an acknowledgement for us at that time. And I'm sure you've all heard about the executive order regarding the state of Alaska. And I'm not going to read the whole thing, but if we think our borough is busy now, okay, that's all I'm going to say. All right. Mr. Brown, do you have a report?
I do. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to invite Art Godin up. He's our acting borough assessor. So we are at the beginnings of another budget process. And so as part of that, we come out and talk about what the assessed value, appraised value is, because obviously tax notices will be going out, or tax assessment, the blue cards will be going out here shortly. So it's an opportunity to share with you overall what the assessments department is seeing in terms of values, what those numbers are doing in advance of those cards, so that you're kind of prepared for questions and phone calls that may come your way. So this is pretty routine for us, where we come each January and give the assembly an update. Feel free to ask questions as well. Hopefully you'll find this informative. Floor is yours.
Thank you, through the mayor, to the assembly, this year's assessor's report.
Well, that's the file that says it's not responding. There we go.
Okay, there we go. Okay, excellent. Okay, moving on to the next slide here. Okay, these are some important dates to keep in mind here. January 1st is the date that we have to set the values for. So the condition of the property, condition of the market, January 1st of each year. January 29th, the assessment notices will be mailed out and the values will be posted on the website. The 30-day appeal period will start on January 30th. That'll go through February 28th. The appeal period ends. In April, if we have any formal appeals, we'll hear those during the month of April typically, and we will certify the roll at the end of May. Okay, this is really nothing really changed here. This is just normal procedures here that the assessment crew, the clerical crew does in the assessment office. Here we're looking at the difference between the makeup of the properties here in the borough. So we got about 81,000 plus properties in the borough. That increases a little bit each year as people subdivide their properties. Of those, 45,000 plus are residential, and there's still a significant amount of vacant properties here in the borough. This slide here, we're gonna sit on this slide here. There's a little bit to talk about on this slide here. What I want to start with first is up at the upper left-hand corner, it says appraised value. In there in the middle of the slide, at the top there, it says assessed value. I want to kind of break that down here a little bit. The appraised value is the market value of the property. Okay, so if it was to sell on the open market, that's what it would sell for, the borough here. The assessed value is the market value minus any exemptions that are due to those properties. So that is the taxable amount of those properties for the borough here. Take note here on the left-hand side there, the borough has now reached a value of $20 billion for the first time. There's a 6.8% increase over last year on the appraised value. On the assessed value, the taxable side, it's an 8.3% increase. There's some reasons here for that, and we're going to go through that here in just a second. As you look at the assessed value of the residential properties, that increased this year up to $800 million. So that's a significant increase in the assessed value of residential properties, and we'll come back and we'll talk about that a little bit here in the future. As we go through the slides. The commercial properties, you can see them. A lot of those properties are non-taxable unless they were like schools or something like that. So there was a fair amount of commercial properties. We're going to see that in some later slides. Multifamilies, a lot of those properties are non-taxable. So, they are taxable properties, and then vacant land wasn't a huge jump there. Moving on to the next slide here. This is the appraised versus the taxable. So you'll see at the upper right-hand corner, it says 28.8%. So that is the difference between the assessed value versus the appraised value. You'll want to kind of keep an eye on that for the future. If we start adding a lot of exemptions, then that could start growing and then you'll have less taxable property. Looks like it's staying pretty consistent here, but just something to keep an eye on in the future. Okay, on this slide, this is the breakdown of all the exemptions here in the borough. Some of these exemptions are mandatory from the state of Alaska. Some of these are elected by the borough, that the borough has chosen to participate in. On the senior exemption right there in the right-hand side, the blue, you'll see it says 8.2%. So that increased 8.2%. Now last year, it increased 9.2%, so it's a little bit lower increase than last year. Just something to kind of take note of. Moving on. Okay, so this is the new construction. Okay, so we had a fair amount of new construction this year. You can see residential houses, we had 768 new construction, 127 multifamily, 68 commercial. So that's going to really add to that difference between the assessed value and the appraised value of the borough. Couple things here.
Excuse me. Madam Mayor? Question.
Assemblyperson Fano?
The year just started, how is it that you know that there's 768? Or is that the previous years? For some reason, this chart doesn't align the reality of the new construction over here.
Say one more time.
The year 2025 just begun, and there's no way that there's that many homes that have been built. Is that just, can you explain, is this a year behind, or why is this saying 2025, that much new construction? It doesn't make sense.
So this is a count of the houses that we picked up that were built in 2024. Now, when we give you these numbers, these are work in progress numbers. So last year, there was, we've added some more after the assessor's report. We were still adding houses to the record. So last year's report was a little bit off because we hadn't finished entering. All these numbers are work in progress. Normally, they do not move a whole lot. So these were pretty good numbers to start with, but last year's assessor's report was a little bit less, and we had the appraisers out working in the field really through 3/4 of the protest period. So they were out in the field for another month. Does that answer your question?
Not really, but I'll take it. Okay.
Excuse me, but
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
I'm going to piggyback on that. I don't really understand what you just said, because that looks like there's 768, houses built in 2025 since 1st of January. No, that's not true. So what is it?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee and Fonoff. When we look at taxes for this year, they've spent all of 2024 capturing the new construction. That new construction is considered on the books January 1st of 2025. So when we're talking 2025 in this schedule, that was all the new construction from last calendar year. Does that make sense?
Okay.
Sorry, I had a cold and my ears are kind of plugged up a little bit, so I apologize. Okay, moving on to the next slide here. Okay, so this is a slide that everybody's waiting to see, hopefully. Oh, there we go. Okay, so the average assessed or average appraised value of a single family home here in the borough is $388,091. So that's a 5.08% increase over last year. So the market is moving. We are very comfortable with those assessed values, and the market is moving. I want to kind of camp on this here just a little bit. So as you talk to property owners and whatnot, if they call you, this is a 5.08% increase, and average is an average. So there's going to be some above that average line and some below that average line. So there is going to be some good reasons for that. We spent a significant amount of time out in the field this year. We really had the appraisers out work in the field geographically. We really found, as we were going geographically, property to property, we found changes to properties, so that's going to make a significant difference. Some of those changes may be a percent complete, maybe they had a detached garage, maybe they were remodeled, various different reasons for a property to go up more than the average other property, okay? Another thing that we noticed was in the market has changed in the last 5 years. So our job is to follow what the market has done, not try and lead the market. And what we do is we create a model that emulates what's going on in the marketplace. And we've had to make some changes with that model to keep the properties equitable, okay? A huge part of our job is to make sure that we're valuing properties equitable. And what exactly does that mean? What that means is if there's two houses exactly the same square footage, built the same age, and they're side by side on two parcels that are the same, they should be valued the same. Now, if one of those properties is a little bit older and a little bit deteriorated, it should have a lesser value. And our job is to make sure that we paint that picture of equity and treat everybody fairly. So as we're going through and we see the market starts changing, we got to take and update our valuation model. So there's going to be some differences. Some properties are going to go up a little bit more, some a little less, but there are good reasons for those. If your property owners, constituents call you and they have questions, feel free to have them call us and we can talk through those things. Let's move on to the next slide here. Okay, so this is the appeal process. These are our numbers. As you can see through this, we had 508 contacts last year. We had 96 appeals. 22 of those appeals were heard, and 6 of those appeals were adjusted. So if you have people call you or property owners are nervous about their assessed value, have them give us a call. This is evidence that as we go through and talk through their record, if we have issues that are incorrect, we will adjust those issues and we will send out an adjusted notice to them. Anyway, I think that's pretty much it for the report. If anybody has any questions, I'd certainly entertain some questions.
Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Art, thanks for the report, by the way. And sorry you have a cold. Can you define what a public contact is?
Yes, during the through the mayor to Mr. Gamble. So during the appeal period, protest period, when people call us, they come into the counter, they send us an email, any correspondence, contacting us is a contact.
Okay. And it looks like there's been a steady decline in all categories under the appeal process. Can you kind of explain that?
Yes. Well, I think we've really revamped our valuation models, and I think we're doing a better job of valuing the properties equitable. And I think it's, there's less contacts because we're close to market value without going over market value. When our valuation models are off, it's easier for us to be overvaluing or undervaluing properties. So we've made some significant changes over the years, and I believe that's why that number is going down.
One last follow-up. Thank you. And when you're developing your model on valuations, do you just use borough properties for your data points, or do you use property values in a community that's similar to the Matsu Borough?
Yes, good question. To Mr. Gamble through the mayor. No, we would use properties here in the Matsu Borough. We would not use other properties to look at to create our models. Although they may be fairly similar, but different market. So we use the properties here in the Matsu Borough to set those models.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Assemblyperson Fauna.
I was once at the ran myself through the appeal process, and basically when 96 people filed for last year and only 6 get any kind of adjustment, seems awful low. So, and only, I guess, quarter of them get to be heard. How does that adjustments take place? Obviously, I was not successful. I was in the majority of the people that didn't get the adjustments. Is there a reason why it is the actual adjustment is, always in the single digits, even though people that are filed reports anywhere from 100 to 300 almost, it seems like?
Yes, through the mayor to Fonov. I think what you're asking is why is there such a low number of appeals adjusted? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Just want to make sure. Yes, so when we go through the protest and appeal process, our job is to just treat everybody correctly and equitably. And so if we see that our valuation is off and our inventory is off, we will correct it, and the property owner will often, say, okay, I'm good with that. When we go through the appeal process, we're not going to take any properties to an appeal that we're not comfortable with the value, that we, have good evidence and good information to say that we're correct. So some of those properties that were adjusted, when they go to the appeal process, they'll bring in additional information, and we'll ask the BOE to make an adjustment, and then those properties get adjusted. So there's lots of different information. Sometimes property owners don't even show up to the hearing, so there's really no or little evidence presented on their behalf for the BOE to consider an adjustment.
Well, my case was very interesting, and some people might relate to that, is because after we had a big earthquake, a lot of people have experienced certain kind of damage, and I had some of the windows broken and a lot of drywall. I had a general contractor on the phone during the appeal, and I had additional 2 estimates from licensed contractors for the repairs, and they chose to ignore them. So it felt like it was every person that I talked to during that meeting, and that I took part, it sounded like it was just, the results was really big. And that's one of the reasons that I've gotten involved, but it seems like that is not really changing. So I am almost want to see if we could have a little better transparent process in that, because I can tell you that if licensed contractors who actually do this for a living present the case and the estimate number, and the borough is not willing to adjust that to the residents, I believe that's because a home, when it's being sold, it can never be sold for the full price unless a lot of the repairs have done, and this home can actually pass the inspection. So I'm addressing this more of as a concern and my experience with this, but I do have my concerns with the appeal process currently, is what I want to say.
Okay. Through the mayor to Fonov. Yes, there is a board of equalization. The mayor appoints the BOE members, and the assembly confirms, if I'm correct. And these are people from the public, people in the real estate industry, people in the appraisal industry, people, in an expert field. They know what they're doing. And I think it sounded like that the board did not adjust your property. Is that correct?
Yeah, that is correct. And
Okay.
borough was also didn't take those.
Okay, yeah, and I'm sorry, I can't speak specifically to your appeal. I sit between a lot of those appeals, and, the board normally does a very good job. And really, I wouldn't say they're an advocate for the property owner, but they definitely give the property owner the better end of their testimony for sure. They take it into consideration.
Assemblyperson McKee?
Mine, Dimitri was asking between the ratio between 44 people appealing, they were heard and 2 adjusted, but I'm looking at the 190 appeals filed clear down to the 44, and it just seems that's a really small number. Is it the same group that looks at the appeals filed and decides that they're heard that actually ends up doing the adjusting? Did I not say that very well?
He couldn't hear you. Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director to Assemblymember McKee. So what happens in the appeal process is they call us. The appraisers will go out. If they're still, or if they haven't got there, they will file a formal appeal. They can file a formal appeal. Well, a lot of times between the formal appeal and when it's filed and when they actually have the hearing, they may meet with the appraisers and they may come to an agreement on what the property value is. And so those people withdraw their actual appeals. So that's why there's such a difference between the appeals filed and the ones actually heard. Because then they get down to which ones are still wanting to have that formal appeal heard by the board. And then those, in 2016, those 44 people went to the board, and the board made the determination of whether or not to make the changes.
Do people ever, is there, other than the equalization board, is there any place else that they ever go? Because when you go from 44 appeals heard to 2 adjusted, do you ever find, do people ever like bring lawsuits against the borough and say that was not right, or I want to?
After they go through the appeals process, if they still do not like their valuation, yes, they can go on to a court case. But
Okay.
Nick would probably be able to discuss how that happens.
Go ahead, Mr. Attorney.
Yeah, so, and I just want to assure you that when it says appeals filed, some people file appeals without contacting or having discussions ahead of time. The only way the appeal does not go to hearing is when the person who filed the appeal says, no, I don't need a hearing. So they reach an agreement, like they said. Once it's filed under our code, it goes to the Board of Equalization unless the person who filed it says, nah, I don't need my hearing anymore. So in terms of lawsuits, yeah, if someone, after the appeal process, if you still think it's too high, we get to go to court. But my office staffs both the Board of Equalization and represents the assessors at the Board of Equalization. And if you go to court, we will defend the borough's valuation in court as well.
Assembly Person Nowers, did you still have question? Okay.
Thank you. Yeah, I know I never like seeing my property value go up, but every time I try to compare to a similar piece of property, I'm not having any luck finding lower price properties, so haven't been able to call anybody on it yet, but, so, a couple of questions in here, on this appraised versus taxable. It's got these percentages between the red and the blue lines of 28%. It's about 30% on all of them. Is that the amount of percentage of property that's not taxable? Is that what is that percentage?
So, to Stephanie Nowers through the mayor. So that, the blue bar there is the taxable property, okay? So the appraised values minus the exemptions, okay? And the orange bar there is the appraised value. So you have the full market value versus the taxable value, and that percentage is the difference between those two numbers, okay?
So is that, when it says 28% at the top of this bar, 28% of our property is not taxable?
No, that is the difference between those two numbers, okay? If you want to calculate out is that right? 28%, okay, yeah.
This is what's not taxable.
Yeah, okay, that is correct, yes.
Okay. And I'm always interested in that because that means the other 70% are paying for most of the services in the borough. So making sure that we're trying to, some of that's borough buildings, et cetera. Some of it's exemptions that we give. So it seems like we're staying pretty consistent at the 30% level. So, I mean, I'm not excited to be one of the other 70%, but at least we're not changing that balance. My other question was on the chart that shows multifamily. It looks like there's about 75 million in value that's not taxable, and I just was trying to think it's not a school, it's not a fire station. What are these multifamilies that are qualifying to be exempt from taxation?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are some native properties that have built multifamily properties, and some of those are exempt or they have a PILT on them. So property tax in lieu of taxes.
So there's paying
in lieu
they're
of
paying
taxes.
in a different way through
Yeah,
the payment
exactly.
in lieu of taxes. Am I getting that?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
And then the sort of last thing, second to last, our average appraised value has been going up by 11%, 10%, 7%, and now we're at 5%. And I'm just curious, when we're thinking about the growth in the valley, if there's any conclusions you would help us as assembly members draw from what's happening in the valley. Are we slowing down in growth? Because our increase in value is still increasing, but we're slowing on value. So are there any insights that we can draw from this, what you're seeing in the market?
Yes, Stephanie Nowers through the mayor. Yes, a huge piece of this is, back when COVID took place, they dropped the interest rates down to 2 to 3%, and everybody who wanted to build or was waiting to build or buy a new house or add on to their house, they moved because those interest rates were so low. Well, now those interest rates have gone up, and now people are not building so much and doing additions because that loan is so significant. Another piece of that is if you are sitting on a house and you have a 2 to 3% mortgage rate on it, and you're looking to buy a bigger house or buy a different house, you may be resetting into a 6 to 7% interest rate, and you might be holding back because that's going to significantly change your mortgage payment. So yeah, that is a huge piece that pretty much everybody agrees upon.
Okay, I was curious about that because it looks like if you look at our numbers for new construction, at least new construction is about the same, if not higher. So like we are building, single family, multifamily, and commercial, but our values are not increasing as much, so I don't know.
Yes, yeah, the market is still moving and people are buying and it's not stagnant. I talked to the Anchorage assessor and they're going up 6% on their residential houses, but yeah.
Okay. And then I just had a request, and this isn't directly related to assessments, but it's in the wheelhouse. I had some data recently that the number of vacation rentals in the valley has increased from 400 to almost 1,100 in the last 4 years. And I just wondered if information request, if we could pull how many properties have bed tax associated with them, so we could look at if one figure is saying there's 700, I'm curious how many are paying bed tax.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Nowers, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director, I will pull bed tax information to see if we've had a growth in the Airbnbs. They may not be able to tell when they're in the field doing appraisals if that home is being rented as an Airbnb or if it's a single-family residence. We do know that Airbnbs are probably underreported in the bed tax realm, but it's not because we aren't sending them letters, and when we notice them, we are constantly searching. But I will have Marcia pull that information for you.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions for Art? Okay, guess that's it. Thank you, sir. Good job. Mr. Manager, anything else on your report?
No, I'll just summarize and say it is important because when those assessment notices go out, if you get calls, we're not trying to discourage anyone from appealing, but it's helpful if they make a phone call because a lot of times it might be just a simple difference in terms of what we have in our system in the inventory for that property. And so obviously that's easy to reconcile in many cases, and it just saves staff time and headache for the residents. So we always encourage folks just to reach out by phone first, just to verify that we're on the same page in terms of what information we have in our system. So obviously we want to continue to encourage that just to save everyone a bit of time. So that's all I have this evening, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Attorney, I'm sorry, Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Maybe this was answered, maybe it's a dumb question, but do you guys actually go into everybody's house or is it just like you stand on the sidewalk and say, I think it looks like this? I mean, because you could have the Taj Mahal on the outside and it's, not very nice inside. What do they do?
Art's coming, okay.
Yes, Art Godin, to McKee through the mayor. No, we do not go in the houses unless we're invited. Alaska statute does allow us to go into a house that's unfinished and not occupied. So if it's at the framing stage, we may, to get our data correct, we may go up, go through the house and measure the second floor to make sure that we don't over-assess the property where there's those vaulted areas. So, but unless we're invited into the house where it's under construction, we do not go in the house.
Wow. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Art. Any further? Okay, Mr. Attorney, report.
No, sorry, I was speaking with Ms. McKee here. Yeah, and we work with the assessor, as I mentioned earlier, we work with the assessor's office through the Board of Equalization and any appeals that would go on after that. And we also have talked to them from time to time about what they can do in terms of assessing and people's houses and how to approach and what the laws are regarding being able to knock on the door and things of that nature. But I have no other report.
Okay. Let the record show that Assemblyperson McKee arrived at 6:09. Madam Clerk, do you have a report?
Excuse me,
It's just
is it too late for me to do consent agenda things? Was that already done? Did we already pull things?
When we get to the consent agenda.
We'll get to the consent agenda
I just
later.
wondered if
We
you'd
already did, but yeah, and we did pull one item. Okay.
Just the upcoming meeting schedule in your red folder, Madam Mayor. And that's all.
Okay, thank you. Alrighty, let's see here. There is some citizens and other correspondence. Are there any comments on the citizens and other correspondence? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. And Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Reporting conclusion of contract number 23073B with Western Construction and Equipment LLC for a total contract amount of $1,717,062.58 for Central Landfill Access and Sean Lute Circle Road Improvements Project. IM 25022, reporting conclusion of contract number 22060B with Anchorage Striping LLC for a total contract amount of $1,813,406.50 for the 2022 through 2024 crack sealing project. IM 25026, reporting the conclusion of contract for bid number 24006B with Western Marine Construction Incorporated for a final contract amount of $10,267,085 for the Construct Port McKenzie Improvements Project. IM 25027, informing the Assembly of the submittal of a grant application to the Mat-Su Trails and Parks Foundation for the Jonesville Public Use Area.
Okay, are there any comments on the IMs?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see the application for the grant for the Jonesville Public Use Area, but I was curious if the manager might have any idea of when we might start construction on improvements out there.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through the mayor to Mr. Hale, I would expect, our goal is to turn dirt in the summer of 2026. And so everything we're lining up now puts us on a path to do that. Obviously, there are plenty of things that could stand in our way, and I won't mention them by name. But we are moving on that. I think we'll have an RFP out by probably the end of this month or early February to start a master planning effort just to lay out the site so we don't build something that precludes future development in the future, like when we want to expand. I did put an update in a weekly post a couple of weeks ago that has a flyer that Miss Morrissey from Community Development put together for us that kind of articulates that timeline and some of the milestones, and we are meeting with DNR to advance that timeline. They're working some items in conjunction with our efforts to develop the master plan and then ultimately get to what I would hope would be a phase one set of bid docs next, let's say winter, let's say February, March timeframe, so that we have something that we could bid out and put out for construction in 2026. And phase one.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, and real quick, just phase one would probably be pistol range, some basic amenities, bathrooms, that type of thing. And we're going to be fundraising in the meantime, meaning we're going to be doing grant applications and looking for other opportunities to build on what the Assembly has already put into that project account.
Fantastic.
Alrighty, we're to audience participation, and let me help you make a correction here. We understand from staff that staff was allowing you to sign up for audience participation and also for public hearings. That is not the situation. Oh, not the public, both audience participate. Okay. So you get one chance to speak to us. So if you want to do it under audience participation, you can do it under this audience participation, or there will be a later one, okay? And there are a number of public hearings, but the one item, the resolution 25-002 that was pulled from the consent agenda will not have a public hearing available. So if you have thoughts on that resolution, you would need to do it under one of the audience participation. And if you want the Assembly to take it into consideration, you should do it under the first audience participation, because maybe by the second one, we will have already gone past that item of business. Okay. Does anybody have any questions or anything? Okay. Okay. And I just want to remind you that we've had some pretty strict rules here, I think, and all of you have been very, very faithful about Following them, we ask you to be very respectful to other people. Please do not boo when other people are testifying. We are doing G-rated in here because we do not know what age people are that are online, and where if they're having them in their home, there could be children around, and so we don't want to have any concerns there. So, as always, we have a sign-up sheet, and I will go through those first. And if you still haven't signed up on the sign-up sheet, but you want to testify under audience participation, we will do that before we go on, as well as we will go to the people online. Chris?
Hi, I'm Chris Tyree. I came to talk about the roundabouts. I was watching trucks and buses go around there, and I feel sorry for those people that are driving those because, like, the one on Selden and Bogart is really small, and they have to put the bus on top of the middle part where there's a little bit of a lip. And I think that's very dangerous, especially when they've got kids on buses. I think the roundabouts, first of all, I don't like roundabouts. And as an American citizen, I feel like we're leaders. We're not followers. So I don't even know why we did roundabouts to begin with. But I don't like them. And if you're going to make them, at least make them bigger for the buses and the truck people so that they're not in danger. And I had to stop at that one at Bogart and Selden, and it really stopped traffic. I had people mad at me because my car gave up on me. I couldn't go any further. So thank heavens I had a good towing company that came right away. The other thing I wanted to say something about, which I notice is not on the programs right now, but it's called the 15-minute cities and the smart cities. In my opinion, that's like being back in the days when the Jewish people were put into ghettos and locked up in, because at nighttime they had to lock up the gates. And that's what's going to happen with smart cities. We're not going to be able to have our own car to go anywhere because everything's right there in that city. And that's like being penned in and corralled like a cattle. And I don't really like the idea of having smart cities. I want to be able to have a car. I want to be able to go from city to city if I need to. I'd like to travel. But they're curbing traveling anymore for everybody. They're trying to. And I'm so glad that Trump is in because he took us out of WHO. Hopefully he'll take us out of some of the other things because we don't need our money drawn to that when we need our money for our own country and our own people and redoing lighting. That's another thing that we really need bad in the borough, our lights, because I'm older now and it's hard and we don't see the lines very well. They're not bright enough. And they get, can we do neon colors? Because you can see those. Well, anyways, that's all I had to say, but it was mainly about the roundabouts and the danger to the buses and the truck drivers. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Let's see, Brian Largen.
Madam Mayor, Mr. Manager, Assembly, I really appreciate, I just came to say how much I appreciate you. My wife and I have lived in the borough for about 6 years. I've been here a few times before, and we recently bought a house in Connecticut, so we're reverse snowbirding right now, which is weird, but not much winter here yet. But I wanted to just say how much I appreciate you. I was looking, so Connecticut, you might know, is about 5 times smaller than the borough. And they have a whole state of people doing kind of what you're doing. And so I've kind of gained a new appreciation for what you do. And while I'm here, I want to echo my really great appreciation for the grant application for Jonesville. I spent a lot of time working on that process, and I'm excited to see it moving forward. I appreciate what the borough has done over the past 5 years concerning that, and I think it will be a great help, not just to Sutton. I mean, I live close enough to hear the gunfire whenever it happens, but I think it's a place where people from all over the place come. And if we can give them the right experience with the right situations and the right regulations and a little bit of oversight, I think it will be one of the best places to recreate, I don't know, in the whole state, maybe the country. But again, I just appreciate what you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Terry Joe Mitchell? Is that what you would interpret that to be?
Yes, ma'am.
Terry Joe Mitchell? Oh, okay, all right.
Well, let's see. I'd like to talk about a couple
Okay,
things, but
state-
I should
state
only
your name,
do
please,
one,
sir.
right?
State your name, please, and then go ahead.
Johnson is the first name. Quarles is Quarles is the last name.
Great, thank you. Okay,
Okay.
go.
In 2022, the idea was, and the ballot was approved, that all ballots would be hand counted. Now, it appears that in this last election, they were ran through a machine. I don't know why they did that, because if the law says it's hand count means hand count and not running through a machine. So can someone explain to me why that happened?
I'm sorry, sir, it's not a give and take. I'm sorry, it's not a give and take between you and us. You are just here to give us information to help us make better decisions.
Okay.
Okay, so go ahead if you have more testimony.
Well, I just thought that they were going to be hand counted because that's what was passed. So I just want to know who made the decision to run them through the machine. Isn't that a fair question?
That's a fair question, sir, but I'm restricted to answer. We'll probably have an at ease at some time, and so you can corner your assembly person or contact them tomorrow and find out, okay?
All right.
Okay.
Good.
Thank you. Thank you for coming out. Okay, oh, there's Johnson right there, okay. Tom Robinson.
He's faster than I am. I'm sorry. Hi, my name is Tom Robertson, and I approached the Human Resource Manager a year ago to create Employee of the Year award, and she told me that it would have to be generated through the employees that get the quarter Employee of the Quarter, and then those four would vote on whoever should be the Employee of the Year. And I told her that's not a fair and accurate representation of the way to do that. And because there's way more people that work in this building than there are at the pool. And I said, the one I would nominate for the Employee of the Year is a lifeguard who comes early before anybody's allowed to go swimming. He'll go out and shovel the snow and put ice melt down and make it safe for people to walk into the building. And then when he's there, and when he's not on shift walking the pool on guard duty, he'll be going around cleaning and always doing something. And so I nominated him to be the Employee of the Year. She said that they wouldn't do it that way. Well, anybody could nominate a person. Anybody should be able to do it. It should not come just from the people of this building, because there's way more people in this building that would overpower anybody voting at the pool. When you don't have leadership at the top raising the bar higher and higher, then you get whatever leadership you get. If you got the bar down low, the grassroots level, it won't go any higher. The leadership has to come to the top and top down. You have to do it that way. When you don't do it, now here's what happens when you don't do it. A couple years ago, I saw a videotape, so one of the lifeguards, after the pool was closed, climbed up to the catwalk up on top by where the lights are and maintenance and jumped off into the deep end. Didn't get hurt, it's about 20 feet drop off into the deep end. Nothing happened, but the other lifeguards were there videotaping, taking pictures, and encouraging him to do this kind of stuff. They all should have been fired. Every one of them there egged him on, encouraged him on, even though it was this guy's last day of the work. They all should have been fired for doing that. None of them were acting in a safer manner and allowing it to continue. Even if they had to call the cops on him, they should not allow that to continue. Another incident like this kind of happened. A few years ago, there was a guy who ran around the roofs here in Palmer with a gun, threatened to shoot himself and to shoot other people. The cops told the ambulance crew to stay back. This guy's too dangerous. The ambulance crew drove in anyways to the place. And when the cops tell you don't go in, they got guns. When they tell you don't go in, it's too dangerous, it's too dangerous. And for the ambulance crew that doesn't have guns to go in anyways, they should have been fired. They put themselves in jeopardy. They create other problems for other people. So I'm speaking of first-hand experience. In 1980, I was recommended by Clyde Baxley, the personnel director of the Kenai Peninsula Borough, for the Employee of the Year. Down there, after I left from the Kiski Fire Department, after a few months, I took leave and went to Cambodia. And now I guess I'll leave.
Thank you.
The guy's name is Cameron. I don't know his real name. Cameron is a lifeguard. Whatever his last name is, I don't know.
Okay, thank you. M. Booth?
My name is Mike Booth. I live in the ranch subdivision. Kind of off focus tonight, but I have jumped off the balcony into the pool. Not here, but I have done that. It's been a while, but I get that concept.
I've done a lot of dumb things too in my life.
The roundabouts, I like the roundabouts. The one at Selden and Bogart, I have taken out a tire on one of those. If you're going to do them right. As to the assessor, getting off track here too, but we were building a 3-car garage, a pickup truck pulled up. The guy asked me a lot of questions. I was not forthcoming with information. He asked me how much I had spent on materials, and I kept my mouth shut. But the guy got within $200 of what I had spent on materials, so I was impressed. I mean, that's all I can say. The counting ballots measure, I have heard that cost is a concern of people hand counting ballots. I'm a grandpa, it's probably a little past my bedtime to do stuff like that. I will count ballots for free for how long it takes. So I'm in. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. John Miller?
My name is John Miller. Thank you, Madam Mayor, staff, assembly. First of all, I just want to thank you guys for your service to our community. It's very important. I know you got a lot of responsibility. Your decisions have huge consequences to the people in this valley, and I just want to say thanks. The Bible says that first off, we should give prayers and supplications with thanksgiving to those that are in authority. So I'm doing this out of my heart. I really mean it. I'm not doing it just because the Bible tells me to. Anyway, I would like to talk about the ballot machines. Election integrity is one of my main topics. I think it's one of the most important issues that we, as citizens, to participate in honest elections is very, very important. I have been a ballot counter for the last the two elections that we've had in the ballot so far, where we did a hand count, and I intend to do it the next time we have an election. I understand the motive behind the ballot counting machines. I think maybe you thought it was going to speed things up and make things a little bit easier for the ballot counters, but it actually had a negative effect, in my opinion. It's you got to haul it around, you got to set it up, and it didn't work efficiently for us. We literally counted the ballots before the machine did. And it was a good thing that we had already stacks of 25 before the machine actually could count them, because we had a glitch and the machine malfunctioned. And if we hadn't put our ballots in stacks of 25, we would have had to start the process all over again. The machine was so slow that the election workers were done with their duties and counting their ballots, and they already had an account, and they were just hanging around waiting for us to come up and count all our ballots to make sure that our numbers of ballots matched with theirs. It was kind of frustrating. So the next time, I would not use one of these machines, just because they're not efficient. We're just duplicating ourselves, and I just don't think it's necessary. So that's one of my points. But I only got 9 seconds. I was going to bring up something else, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Jim. Father Randy?
My name is Father Randy Hillman, Anglican Fellowship Church here in Palmer and also Wasilla. Came to speak because many people of the church and also friends here, Madam Mayor and clerks and assembly members. Beg your pardon. I had many people of the church call me, as well as I observed that there was issue in regards to utilization of machines in the counting of votes this last election. I came to speak for them in regards to have the assurance of the assembly that we look into this error of this particular this incident, to make sure it doesn't happen again. I understand there's a lot of upset people about that, and I got that. But you're doing the best you can. And sometimes the memo doesn't go down to where it needs to be gone and observed. So in the future, hope that information is gone to everybody in the election process. That being said, the equipment that's purchased, see if it could be sold to California or New York. We could use the money to put on a library here. Thank you for having me speak. And I apologize, Mayor Edna.
That's fine, sir. Okay, Carl Frank?
Hello, my name is Carl. This is Frank, and we're here to, we're grateful to be able to come in front of the assembly and speak on something that we've been putting together. It's called the EAR Project. And the EAR is the acronym, and it stands for Education, Awareness, and Resuscitation. And what we do is we educate and bring awareness to the current fentanyl epidemic. And, here you go. Oh, yeah, go ahead. Okay. Frank's going to read it to you real quick. Our mission statement.
The EAR Project, a holistic high-impact panel of people who hope to combat a current fentanyl epidemic. The panel is composed of 3 modules: education, awareness, and resuscitation. Our intent is to provide these modules to young adults in caring and compassionate manner as intervention to lower deaths and rates of fentanyl use.
Your project would like to form relationships with schools, students, faculty, government, state agencies, judges, senators, congressmen to endorse our mission of hope. Collectively, we can provide early education combined with the expertise of professionals in substance abuse, complex trauma, as well as ex-dealers educated in manipulation tactics through peer pressure and coercion. Also teaching students the tools of approach awareness combined with the knowledge of the horrific consequences of street organized crime factions behind fentanyl use and distribution. Your project can also provide counseling services for young adults working closely with school counselors. We can also integrate school services to counsel family members, friends who have been directly and indirectly affected by fentanyl's deadly agenda. We not only want to get in the ear of young adults in schools, which is a high target population, but also get in the ear of the public to help fight this epidemic. Our target demographic is everyone. We would like to launch this mission to middle schools grades 7 to 9 with the intent to move into high schools. With the EAR project, we'd like to request support through community involvement, treatment centers, court systems, and military alignment. Fentanyl is robbing our youth of their future, not giving them a fair chance at life. This deadly substance leaves many with reckless abandonment. This drug does not discriminate when stealing bright lives and futures. So many have already perished from its devastating effects. Furthermore, and no less vital, it is the families who have had their loved ones whisked away from their lives forever. Our judicial system is packed to the tipping point of overflowing with people who have desperately turned to crime because of using fentanyl. We at the EAR Project would be privileged to provide intervention combined with education, awareness, and prevention, joined with a wraparound model of resuscitation to diligently address this debilitating animal known as fentanyl. Please help us with networking, advertising, podcasts, and new partnerships to address the social. Can I leave you guys the phone numbers? You can contact us.
You can finish your sentence.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Please help us with networking, advising, or advertising, podcasts, and new partnerships to address the social health problem and epidemic. You can contact either Frank or Carl at 907-414-7908, 907-205-0056. Thank you for you guys' time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, Daniel Potter?
Good evening. I'm Daniel Potter. I live in RSA 19 District 1, and I brought pictures. With growing frustration for the past month, I've slid around on poorly maintained, unsafe roads. I've reached out to my local RSA board members, Borough Operation and Maintenance, and last Thursday I went to the large local road service area advisory board meeting. While I initially had a script ready and 8x10 photos printed, listening shows me that a majority of the borough is having the same issues. I heard board members airing the same common grievance of horrible road maintenance. I heard them ask why performance bonds have not been implemented on road maintenance contracts. When I looked up RSA 19's road maintenance contract, Article 7 has a performance bond listed. So I guess my first big question is, are performance bonds a thing in road maintenance contracts or are they not? If they're not, how are we enforcing the contract and not just wasting tax dollars down the drain? So the borough wants to spend $1.5 million for a bus service. And on this agenda, we have $100,000 for corroded rebar in a swimming pool, $250,000 for engineering and survey services, $400,000 for fire training, wait for it, prop design and construction administration services. Not training, props and designing them. So unenforced road maintenance contracts is wasting taxpayers' hard-earned money. We are paying for a service that is not being provided per the contract. If this was any business, road maintenance contractors would be defaulted, terminated, and then the surety notified to mitigate financial losses and recoup taxpayer money. It's not safe for borough residents to be driving around on sheets of ice. I went to the road board meeting. They're all saying the same thing. Why are we not taking care of this?
Okay, Richard?
I have some handouts. I was wondering if the clerk could be so kind as to
Mhm.
hand one to each.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, I will have the clerk, or he still can give it out, yeah,
My way back the other way.
okay. Mhm. Thank you, Estelle.
I'm Richard Stoffel from Palmer, and I want to address this ordinance it's ordinance number 25021, sponsored by Assembly member Dmitry Fonoff. It's requiring, believe this or not, poll watchers to take an oath to not divulge confidential information. How can a poll watcher do its job, bring accountability to the voting process if whatever you take an oath, whatever the clerk decides, whoever decides, this is confidential. It could be anything. Your pants are on sideways. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous. It makes no sense. And the job of a poll watcher, and it says in the ordinance, is to be able to watch and see. It says right in the ordinance that we pass, hand count only ordinance, in the memorandum in there someplace. Poll watchers are supposed to have access to watching the polls. And of course, we have a clerk that, through her people, would try to keep the poll watchers even away. Can I look? Poll watcher says, can I look and see what I can see so I can watch the poll? No, you're not allowed to stand back here. Whatever. You know what I mean? Now, here's another thing. Poll watchers have to take an oath to not to divulge confidential information. And then also in the ordinance, it says information such as using equipment like the Canon Image Formula DR M260 photo imaging scanners. That's what they used. We have proof of it. I have pictures of it and proof of it. Maybe not I gave you, but I have another handout here. And although the clerk calls it a counter, there are such things as counters, but this is not a counter because we have pictures of the inside of it with modems. It's connected to it interfaces with the internet. We have, so anyway, the ordinance says hand count only, but here we go, you know. The equipment and the processes are prohibited per the Borough Code, hand count only, no machine, OR 22-119, IM 22-215, that's the memorandum. The same code your Matsu Borough Clerk chose to disregard and violate in both the 2023 and 24 elections. This is the same Matsu Borough Clerk who presides over election officials, election workers, including poll watchers, ballot and hand counters, and so forth. All right. Amen.
Amen. Lloyd? Is Lloyd Thurman here? Oh, there he is. Okay.
By the way, on the back, it doesn't work.
Oh, okay. Well, we have a very capable person sitting over here. Thank you, Lloyd. Go ahead and state your name and give us your testimony, please.
Okay, my name's Lloyd Thurman. I want to talk and thank you for being able to hear us and everything else and having a time. Want to talk on election integrity, some of the same things that Richard talked on. I haven't prepared all my notes as best I can, but we spent a long time going through with the borough before as far as passing this thing of not having machines within the elections. We spent at least 12 meetings that we had previously, long meetings, and then 5 with the assembly. In the process, we finally said, and everybody agreed on it, we were almost one of the very first in the entire nation to say, hey, we want a hand count because we can't trust what we've got. And we went through detail after detail, example after example of the corruption in elections. And y'all went ahead and passed that, which I commend you for that. But what it said in there was that there would be no machines. So then shortly thereafter, then they came into the portion, some kind of a meeting that y'all had, and you voted to be able to have these tabulators. Now, I don't know whether you had purchased them prior to that meeting or whether you hadn't, but then they were purchased. And that's a lot of money that y'all spent of ours to be able to purchase these things. That's not right. It's absolutely not right because we said no machines. We went through the portion but previously, how that even in the world, the whole nation of France does their whole counting. You know, it's not just a little thing. We have proven over here that when you do hand counts, they're faster than whenever you have the machines. And so here you come back in and you stick these blasted machines back in, which the final authority on any accuracy is the people's hand count. It's not the machines. So this is a subliminal way of trying to come up and say, oh, really, we have to trust the machines because we can't trust the hand count. It's a minor way of bringing this crap back into us and saying, oh, the machines are really the final authority. No, they are not. Our group spent an hour and a half trying to make these machines work at the beginning. Wasted an hour and a half. We couldn't get more than about 10 sheets, about 10 ballots through the machines before it would crap out and send out 2 or 3 ballots at the same time. And this happened after sometimes it wasn't always, it's totally inconsistent. 3 different times we had counted maybe 100, and then all of a sudden the machines crap out again on us. So we spent an hour and a half wasting our time with that. I talked to at least 4 or 5 other groups, and they said they had exactly the same problems with them. But there was only one group out of all that said that their machines worked for them. So this is a tremendous waste of time. It's a waste of your money for us to even be there. And at 3 o'clock in the morning, you kind of get a little bit annoyed with the fact of how much time you have squandered doing it because you're messing with these stupid machines, which you said would not be there. Then you reversed your position and said, okay, we can have them. It's not anywhere near what I wanted to talk. But anyhow, get this out of there. And concerning this other resolutions and other things like this, my father said, bad legislation is passed too much. Only in odd years can you pass legislation. In even years, you can try and correct the messes that you've made in the odd years. So correct some of the messes, please. Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Thomas Dells? That's not. Oh, well, that's what I was going to say. That's not your name.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, I'm Tom Olds from Wasilla. I say, how is it we, the voters of the Mat-Su Borough, failed to communicate our desires well enough to make you understand? We're talking about hand count only. You know, hand count only. But you're talking about defining tabulators and tabulation. Those should never be even mentioned in our ordinance any longer. We did away with them. You voted for it. We had a contract. You agreed with us. Remember, we pushed for and you passed a hand count only ordinance, which means the ballot as well as what's on the inside, those votes. The only thing in question that should be removed from the ordinance, original ordinance, is the phrase, "at the discretion of the clerk." It should be at the wishes of the voters. That's, any other way is the tail wagging the dog. If all these tabulators, scanners did was count, then what was so important that they be assigned to a specific location? They should be able to be used at any location simultaneously. So if you had one assigned to District 28, it ought to be able to be used in District 25. Apparently, this was not the case. Unless, of course, they were set up to work on a specific Wi-Fi in advance of the election. It's the only explanation that I can think of. I also, where you're now requiring poll watchers and poll workers to take an oath, if we take that oath, are we going to be held at a higher standard than you are? That's all I got.
Thanks, Tom. Travis?
Hello, my name is Travis. I live in Palmer. I have some ideas that I want you to put on the record. For the Amber Road, that's intended to not just open up for mining operations, but for agriculture. I'm into agriculture, so I have some ideas that I've spoke to with one person. He mentioned data farms. I think they've also in Israel they kind of implement their own unique way of doing agriculture, which I believe that Alaska should look into. Not as far as unique ways to grow food and such, but with the data farms, he says that data farms, they require a lot of heat. They make up a lot of heat, and a lot of homes need a lot of heat, and so do greenhouses. They need a lot of heat too, and if those data farms overheat too much, then that could be a problem. Which is why places with cold weather would be perfect. A place like Matsu or up north, it'll be a perfect environment for these data farms, and we can use the heat to heat these greenhouses or the soil and whatever, and we can really boost the cultural industry. And on that note, before I forget, the first person that spoke about having neon lights in the for light poles and such. I think they do it in Sweden, that some roads their lines glow in the dark, so we could probably implement that idea. And since while I'm on it with the Ambler Road and all the land, I also have the idea that just in case if the Ted Stevens International Airport overgrows so much that they can't contain all this infrastructure, I was thinking that the Matsu Borough could build an airport, build a really big airport, just in case if the region outgrows its current airport. So these are some ideas that I want on the record. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mike Alexander?
Mike Alexander, Big Lake, and I would like to speak on some of the only idea I liked in the new proposal by Mr. Faroff is the fact that we start counting the early ballots the morning of the election, keep it confidential, that kind of thing. I could go with that. The rest of it, I just kind of was out there. As far as the machines went, or whatever you want to call them, they were a pain. I was a counter over at one of the deals, and we had a pretty low turnout for most precincts. It cost us 45 minutes messing with it to get it started. And then I saw this, I thought, they told us we couldn't count with so many. Well, if you can only put like 25, 30 at a time in there and you've got 1,200 votes, you're really wasting a lot of time. Where you can have two people counting 25 at a time, stack them. I mean, that's kind of the method they use, which is fine, they're great, and it works. If you have a miscount, if someone doesn't get 25, you can go ahead and fix that. But when you waste that much time at the first of it with this machine, it's kind of, you wasted that time. And of course, it's going to take longer. And that's the whole thing of it. And I would like to see us do away with these machines, because that's what we ask for, with no machines, and let humans do what they do. And once in a while, we're going to make a mistake, but there should be a couple other people to catch your mistake. So it's really not going to be that big a deal. And it worked out a lot better that way. So I'd like to see these machines out of here. And I would like to see the poll watchers. I don't say that they need to be sponsored by a candidate or a group. A person should be come in as a private citizen even and watch the polls for a couple hours. I mean, that's America. We're not ashamed of how we vote, and we shouldn't be ashamed of what we're seeing here. I don't see the privacy issue when you go to a public place and vote. They call your name out. They're supposed to do it in a loud voice, and they're supposed to state your address. That's tough. I don't see as that's a privacy issue. And I haven't seen a lot of poll workers, but a lot of people have complained that they have been pushed off over where they're 10, 15 feet away from it, and you're trying to hear. And you're trying to see if that's that person. And if I'm the person checking voters in, I don't have a problem with that, because I'm doing my job. I should be out in the open, and they should see that I have an honest election going here. When you don't do it, it adds that suspicion of, why are you putting this poll worker over in the corner when they should be right up within 3 or 4 feet at least, without being, you can't get in the way. But of course, other than that, they should be allowed there, and they should be welcome to come in to show that we do have open and honest elections. And that's about my big spiel for the night. I would love to see you do away with these machines. And if we humans are going to make mistakes, we'll do that. But like I said, we should have a couple more people that can count well enough that we'll head it off and pretty easy, because everything is double counted by 2 people. So it works really well. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Mike. Linda?
Hello, my name is Linda Spohn. I thank you for setting up the Library Citizens Advisory Committee. That was a good decision, because more people need to be aware of what is being planted in our taxpayer-funded libraries. However, the citizens' concerns and the LCAC's voice isn't really heard. Therefore, the final decision with these books should be made by the Library Citizens Advisory Committee or Chairman Scott. I feel this Library Citizens Advisory Committee should stay intact with more input from them on new material being placed in the libraries. Otherwise, the librarians can flood the library with more obscene books than can be reviewed. Also, you as leaders could be a big help uniting the community. If you would set up a resolution to follow as to what is and is not appropriate material for our libraries. Without your leadership on this issue, the fighting and degrading of people's character continues. You leaders need to take a stand. We taxpayers should not have to pay for harmful ideology that is not healthy for the Mat-Su-Borough community. You could follow the policies that President Trump is already setting in place as far as DEI, transgendering youth, and woke ideology, along with obscene books in borough libraries. Codifying this into borough law, protects our children and youth, and it should not be changed every time we get a new president or mayor. Thank you for attention into this critical matter. On another issue, I am not in favor of the borough merging health powers with any city within or without the borough. Thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Mark?
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. Thank you for, and Manager, thank you for letting the public speak. I just want to ask anybody in here if they've ever testified at another place like the city council meetings or something, because the example you lead here is A+. You're very welcoming to the people. You can sign up. If you don't sign up, you still get to speak after the people that signed up. And you're very congenial, and it just makes you feel like you're listening and you're welcome. So thank you for conducting yourself that way. Through the grace of God, this country might turn around. We had election. Everybody knows that President Trump got elected, and he's already hit the ground running, which is no surprise. And I don't know how the borough is structured if we have DEI stuff in this borough and for the employees and how the borough conducts themselves, because I don't know. But if you do, before the meeting's over tonight, make sure it's out of here. We don't need this woke DEI stuff corrupting this world. This is Alaska. We should be the leader. So if we have it, I'm just saying, get rid of it. That's not how this country can function. We're very fortunate that we got a chance. God's given us a chance to bring this country back to common sense. If common sense isn't involved in it, get rid of it. So please look into your departments, look into your functions, and if we're using any of that or going by any of those rules, get rid of it. And some other things that have happened, one of the previous meetings, Manager Brown explained that maybe they're going to get rid of some of that farm property. I think that's a good thing. It should be in private hands. The borough has no business leasing or renting out property. I understand why you bought it, to get the right of ways, but we don't need to maintain farm building. The more land you can put in public hands, the better. Government isn't good stewards of being a rental agency. So follow through on that. Put the borough land in public hands. There was a time where they were going to put some borough land in public hands at Willow. I never heard any more of it, so it must be on hold for whatever reason. But just remember, the best stewards and the best people to have property are the people, not the government. And be very careful. You want to maybe purchase a Lions Club in Big Lake. How many buildings does the borough already own? And what's the cost of owning all these buildings to the borough? How about putting it in private hands? If private industry says that thing isn't worth buying, we can't afford to run it, why should the government run it and pay the utilities and pay the staff? We should provide roads, we should provide public safety and fire, and get rid of all the other stuff. Thank you.
Thanks, Mark. Dave?
3 minutes. I have about 12 minutes, unfortunately. Dave Maxwell. First, really quick, I don't think we need to be building another gun range because there's one that you don't know about, and that's on Palmer Corrections property. I actually was the electrician on that property, and that is a very nice gun range. All you need to do is put up a fence between the corrections. There's already a road into it. Consider it. Save some money. On the election integrity, I just got done talking to Delana Johnson. I was in Juneau because I'm on the Juvenile Justice Board, so I was there talking to people that are very marginal. That's a contrast for me because I'm talking to people that need help, kids 17 and under. They really do need help. They need people of sane mind. They need people that will talk to them with truth. Because what they haven't had up to the point of time that they're institutionalized is anybody they can rely on. And truth is what is reliable. So here's your challenge. When we, 3 years ago, I think it was, I was here, went to multiple meetings, asked, requested, demanded, get rid of the machines. The intent was we were going to do that. So here's what I would have to answer to my delinquent people that I was dealing with a week ago. Sorry, the government's not faithful. They tell lies, just like the people that were your caretakers. I'm sorry, I apologize. That's a devastating piece of the puzzle to fill. Don't do that anymore. When I was sitting in the office of Delana Johnson, my absolute demand of her, I wanted her to drop every single agenda item she had on her table, put your pen down, stand up and start telling the truth. The truth is what's missing. I'm going to end with this, Isaiah 14:9. You know the Bible very well, Edna. Here's the quote, and it's a very loose-ended quote. I'm not going to do it specifically. But where there is no truth in the public square, you will not find justice. Read it. And that is an eternal word. And I'm going to say it again so you people get it in your head, because this is God's word. Where there is no truth in the public square, there will be no justice. Let it happen.
Thank you. Janice?
Good evening. My name is Janice Norman, and I'm a longtime resident of the Mat-Su Valley. I have a couple of different things that I want to talk about, but first I wanted to clarify, because I didn't hear, if I'm going to speak on one topic right now, can I speak later on another one? Okay, so first then, I want to say that I agree with everyone else about the hand counting and about the scanner computers that are hooked up. This should just be only hand counting. And like it's been brought out, there are 3 people. There's multiple people touching and confirming the counts. And there's no reason that we can't do that. It's been proven that it's quicker. We don't have problems with machines, and we don't have problems with the machines hooking up to the internet. And that's a real big concern for us. Okay, I'm going to leave it at that with that. No machines at all. Okay. What I wanted to talk about was the Mat-Su Borough Safe Streets for All Comprehensive Safety Action Plan that there's the public review draft pamphlet that's out, or booklet. Years ago, the Mat-Su Borough residents were talking about how they wanted to have a bypass around Wasilla City, because this was like in the 80s and in the 90s. They wanted a bypass around Wasilla City because the congestion, the traffic congestion was getting so bad. And that was back then. And a lot of business owners were pushing back against that because they were afraid that they were going to lose revenue. But now we're seeing what's happening because we did not do that. Now we're having a lot of accidents, and I agree, the Palmer-Wasilla Highway and the Parks Highway intersection is horrible, and there's other places too. But adopting the U.S. DOT's plan for safe streets is not the way to go. As it is right now, we've got a president in that says that the government is the people. The government was handed back to the people. And we are saying we do not want to be controlled. We don't want to be spied on by the government. We don't want to be watched by the government. I see in that plan that there's verbiage for cameras, and we don't want cameras. We don't want being tracked from point to point to tell how fast we're going. I also would like to say that the skinny streets, that's not the way to go either. We've been pushing to get the streets widened for safety reasons. And this thing of controlling people by making the streets skinnier is just ridiculous. Please do not adopt that plan. Don't put out any money for it. No one is going to like it. It's taken away from our human right. Thank you.
Okay. That takes care of the people that have signed up. Is there anyone else in the, yes, Mayor?
Thank you. I am Mayor Glenda Ledford, and the Wasilla City Council, and I strongly believe that the adoption of ordinance serial number 25-011 entitled "An Assembly Office Holding Vacancies and Meetings" will have a detrimental impact on City of Wasilla voters and the integrity of our local elections as a whole. For these reasons, the City of Wasilla respectfully requests that the Assembly reject the proposed changes presented in Ordinance Serial Number 25-011. Ordinance Serial Number 25-011 changes the most basic composition and apportionment of the Borough Assembly without voter approval. Currently, voters living in a borough district cast their votes for candidates who also live in that district. If the assembly member elected from that district moves, their seat is filled at the very next election. Ordinance Serial Number 25-011 changes this, allowing an assembly member who has left a district to continue to represent that district for the remainder of their term, which could be as long as 4 years. This changes undermines the voters' trust in our local elections. It proposes a change that benefits the assembly members at the expense of the voters' needs, and it raises serious legal concerns both under the Alaska Constitution and the Alaska statute. Under the by-district voting system currently in effect, borough voters know that the candidates they elect must continue to reside in their district in order to represent them. They trust their assembly members to understand and represent their interest, to be aware and help educate other assembly members on any and all issues unique to that district. Ideally, by-district voting encourages trust between the representative and the voter as the voter knows that assembly decisions impacting their district will be understood and experienced by the assembly member representing their district. The Wasilla City Council and I encourage the assembly to protect and preserve the trust the public and specifically District 4 voters place in the assembly members that serve them. Assembly members have a responsibility to serve and maintain the trust of the voters who elect them. If they choose to move, it is the assembly member that should pay the cost of their decision, not the voters that continue to reside and invest in their district. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Jackie? Jackie, your name was on the list, but it was crossed off, so I wasn't. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Assembly. My name is Jackie Goforth. I was not here for the last several weeks because my mother passed away recently, and I was down out of state handling not only hospice situation, but all kinds of traumatic family business. And in the meantime, I found out that up here I was the victim of a character assassination happening. And I want you to know that my book is called Penetrate the Portals of Time. The next one is Alleviate the Portals of Time, and the third one is Annihilate the Portals of Time. It's not just called Penetrate. I also want you to know that the 49-year-old gentleman in this book switched places with the 25-year-old. I am surprised that an English professor has that little comprehension. Now, what I'm handing you right now is what happened at the library board meeting. The person who is doing the personal attack against me was at the library meeting last week, and not only did she want my testimony stricken from the minutes, you can hear this in it, but she decided to tell everyone that the last policy had it in there that the patron who is challenging has to read the book in its entirety. I defy anyone to find that in that policy. It has never been in that policy. And do you know why? It's because people who deal with light, love, optimism, hope, joy, and warmth find that reading these books are dark, hateful, pessimistic, hopeless, joyless, and not warm, very cold. They're very evil. It's very difficult to read them. And if you listen to the Library Citizens Advisory Committee, they will tell you so. So having a person read them and force them to read them is not remotely Christian. It's not remotely joyful. And I want you to notice on that last page I just gave you, that is the minutes of the October 10th, 2023 library board meeting. Okay? And that same person at the very top wanted to put it in there that the patron had to read the book. You do see that, right? And at the very bottom, what does it say? It says it lost It was voted 4-2 against. It has never been part of the book challenge. So why would she have the Community Development Department change the program now and have the IT department put it in there saying that it is a requirement that a person who's challenging one of these books is required to read it? Why would they even accept what she says? Look at the library board meeting, please. Hugh Leslie was there. He was told, and he said he would go to the IT department and he would have it put on there that the patron needs to read the book. If that happens, I would really hate to contact my attorney because he's going to get these documents. It has never been part of the policy, and the person who is putting the attack against me is not believable. You have the proof in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify? Yes.
Madam Mayor, Assembly, my name is David Long. I'm a master mariner, and it's a privilege to be here. Usually I'm out in the middle of the ocean somewhere, and I just want you to know how I take to heart all these people being able to come to you, and I hope you take it to heart. It's the people, and that's we are by the people, for the people. So I just read this 25024, and has to do with elections, and as you know, there's a lot of outrage over the machines that hand count only, no machines. So I was reading through this, and they're talking about, this was presented by Mr. Fonoff, and they're changing tabulation to count. And I was, you'll have to bear with me. I'm hoping you'll clarify some of this. I'm just a fisherman, so tabulation to count. So is count, does that mean hand count and then tabulate with the machine? I didn't get it out of here, and so, is it verified by a machine? So there's a lot of concern about our elections, nationwide, statewide. So you're closest to the people. I live here in the borough, so I rely on you to do the will of the people. So also, I'm looking here at the state did not provide to the borough the envelopes for a copy of the envelopes. So what that tells me is maybe once the vote comes out of the envelope and there's a recount, there's no way to verify that vote. I mean, maybe you could clarify that for me. I'm not sure how, once I understand they come out of the envelope, there's some difficulty. So the people here are outraged about our elections, and there's our statewide elections, our nationwide elections, as we've seen here by Dr. Frank, that our elections here in Alaska have a lot of issues, and so we look to you to clear that up for us. I think the will of the people has been clear, hand count only, and we're counting on you to clear it up, and I thank you for your time.
Thanks. Anyone else? Yes.
Some tall people in here. Mayor, manager, assembly members, thank you for being here. My name is Kathy Harris. I'm here to also talk about our elections and just the algorithm of our community, the voters, you, the assembly here, and we're talking about the borough elections. Where do we go when we can't count on you? That's a question I have. And the reason I have that question is because as I look at the history on this handout here, in September of 22, you passed, a hand count only, no machines. On October 4th, it was adopted. Then on January 17th, 2023, the Assembly had a special election meeting. There were 14 residents there who spoke against not having machines. We just passed an ordinance for no machines. So why did residents have to go and talk about not having machines? There were 14 who voiced their concerns. This is in the minutes. One resident voiced that they would like machines. So what happened? Assembly member Nowers, Hale, and McKee gave instructions for the clerk to pursue tabulators. So we're trying to understand that. Then in May 9th of 2023, just 8 months later, at a Matsu Borough special budget meeting, without any audience testimony, they unanimously passed to take $50,000 from an unassigned fund to purchase 40 high-tech image scanners for our elections. I submitted a request for public information on November 11th. And on your form, it says 10 days, I'll hear something. Even if you didn't know where the information was, I asked the clerk's office, where's the minutes, where's the deliberations, because I couldn't find it. And they couldn't find it when I went in there to ask, which is acceptable. But 10 days, I didn't hear anything. And what is today? January 21st. I have heard absolutely nothing from the clerk's office. And that just grieves me. And it grieves me that the assembly has done this to the citizens. And how do we, it's fine, you know, Dimitri, you wrote a resolution to just use machines. But why should we need another one? Why should we need another one when we already have an ordinance and an information memorandum? That's, you know, I'm just trying to understand. I want to be a citizen in good faith. And what about all the money that was spent on those scanners? So that's just some information I wanted to bring to your attention. And I would really encourage you, I don't know what the accountability is, but how can you make decisions like this unanimously? Spend all the money and then there's just no accountability and our elections are compromised. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to address the assembly? Okay, we have one person online. Go ahead, whoever's online, please.
Hi, this is Ruth Wood in Talkeetna, and I am mainly, I want to make sure that I am going to be able to testify on the public hearings later on, because this has been really confusing listening to this, because some people are talking about the ordinances and some people about the resolution. So I'm going to talk about the resolution here, but I am going to talk at the public hearings as well. So I want to make sure that's A-okay. So what I'm hearing here tonight is just a lot of confusion. What I see in the resolution is that the discussion is whether to do hand counting of the number of votes, of ballots, not the votes themselves. And I think that seems to be very confusing with people. But you have to have a way of determining how many ballots were cast and then counting the votes. And you can do, tabulation doesn't always mean a machine. A count is a tabulation, and you change the word to count so that it's easier for everyone to understand. Anyway, I have no problem if the borough has to hand count the number of ballots before they count the votes. I think they just have to have a system that makes sure that the number of ballots cast match the number of votes tallied later. And I don't know whether it has to be, if evidently the machines weren't very good, but counting by machine, you need a dual system. And I used to work at a bank, and we changed computer systems, and we ran both systems for, I'd say, 6 months to get all the bugs out. And what I'm thinking is happening here is that we adopted new legislation to hand count votes, and we're having lots of problems. But I'm seeing the assembly trying to fix them piecemeal. And I think they're going to make this fix and that fix. And overall, what's going to happen is we're just going to have more problems because the fixes are not necessarily going to work. So I think it's really important that the Assembly direct the clerk to do a really thorough review of our election laws, our election code, and our election procedures, and have a way to make that information public before these resolutions and ordinances come before the Assembly. Because, I had no problem with machines counting how many votes went in as long as it matched the number of votes that were counted. So I don't think anybody is...
Go ahead and finish, Ruth.
Anyway, I don't think any votes are being counted themselves by anything other than hand. But I do want to make sure that the number of ballots cast matches the number of votes. So, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. Let me ask one more time. Yes, audience participation at this time.
I really didn't want to talk. Hi, Mayor. Hi, Assembly. We were told that when I went to my hand count training that by the clerk, that the reason that we needed to use the machines was so that we could verify the total number of votes that we were to count. So my question is, because I was also a poll watcher for the state, and I saw that we know how many votes we need to count before we run them through anything, because when you sign in on the register, they're counting how many people sign in. The person handing out the ballots is counting how many ballots they have. As a matter of fact, when I counted in Sutton, our chair waited until we had a number, and she confirmed that our number was the same number she had. So the machines are totally not necessary. And so my question is that why are we using them? Why did we purchase them? And also, who came up with the configuration for this setup? That we have a scanner to count ballot numbers, pieces of paper. And then we have a computer that has to be attached to the scanner in order for it to work. So there's a lot of questions that this sounds like exactly what we work so hard to get rid of. And my question to the Assembly is, why did we choose this setup to count paper? And so, because when I Googled how to count paper, I got nothing, no mention of a scanner or a computer that needed to count paper. We have people that can count paper. In the lower 48, there's tons of systems that we could have gone to ensure that everybody trusted the count that the hand counters do. A lot of states are using cameras to watch the counters, to listen to them, having them vocalize it so that people can see the paper, see the vote, and then watch them count it. Then there's no question. But we don't need a machine. We need cameras maybe, but not machines.
Okay. Can I have you state your name for the record?
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry, I was so nervous. Desiree Terry.
Thank
and
you.
I live in Palmer.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Mm-hmm.
Hello, my name's Bruce Owens. I live in Palmer, and it's always good to see you, Mayor, and the Assembly. I love you guys. I think you guys are awesome. That's why we chose to live here. Me and my wife, we're both Army veterans and Iraq war vets. To talk about the voting, and the poll watching, it's a hot button issue. I was a poll watcher, and the last speaker, I'll agree with her. I did it over at the elementary school, Pioneer Peak, and I will say all the people that were working there, they were squared away. I didn't have any problem looking, watching, getting close, far away. It didn't matter. The machines, the tabulator machines are a problem. The people decided here that they voted no machines. And the reason why is because right now in America, we don't have a lot of trust in these machines. What we do trust is our fellow citizens. And then however the decision came up, you guys chose to do tabulators. What you're telling us is, as much as we don't trust those machines, you don't trust us. And I think that's why people are upset. So you need, whatever you want to call them, tabulators, scanners, you need to get rid of them. Have trust in your citizens that are told to do a job. I did the poll watching, I did a great job. The people that volunteered were awesome. They were there all day into the night. They never were upset. They were always joyful. They answered any questions, any ballot that needed to be tore up to get a new ballot, they were on top of it. Before the night even ended, they had the ballots in stacks, I think of 20 or 25. They already knew the numbers before they even pulled out the machines. When they brought these machines, first of all, they're heavy, they're huge, and it took forever for them to even set them up. I understand the idea behind it, and I don't think anybody here on this assembly has any ill will or wants to do something bad. Those machines got to go. Trust the people in this borough. They're salt of the earth people. I love this place, and I know you guys love this place. That's why you're here. Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, so let me just clear up something that may be a little bit confusing. We have 2 audience participation periods on our agenda. One that we just finished now, and then one later in the meeting, and you're not allowed to testify at both of those audience participations, okay? One of the items that was pulled from the consent agenda, which is a resolution 25-002, does not have a public hearing. And so that's why, if you had thoughts on that resolution, you needed to state them at this audience participation, or you can state them at the next one, but the action may be already taken by that time. Now we will go into public hearings, which you are welcome to testify at the public hearing, okay? So I wanted to just be sure that there, and I know it's a little bit confusing with ordinances and public hearings, but resolutions, no public hearings, et cetera. So anyway.
Madam Mayor, can I
yeah.
ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
Our consent agenda is after both audience participations, so no action on that item that got pulled from the consent agenda can be taken until after both audience participations?
No, the consent, when we get to the point of consent agenda, then we do the consent agenda that's still left. The clerk reads those items on the consent agenda, and then you, as the assembly, move, and then she will read the resolution 25002. She will read that title, and then whoever pulled that will make a motion to accept it. Then we will have discussion, not out there, but in here, and then you will vote on whether that passes or not.
I just want to clarify though, because if somebody didn't speak at this first audience participation and they're interested in that item, they will
missed their
still be
chance.
able.
Well, I mean, it will already be done, right? Yeah. For the next audience participation?
No,
Okay.
No.
Okay, so, yeah, sure.
The first audience participation is before the public hearings. The second audience participation is immediately following the public hearings. And then you take up the consent
Consent
agenda.
agenda, yeah. Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify for.
Sure.
Yeah, so that
Good,
anybody who
thank you.
hasn't spoken can still speak on that.
Yeah, good, thank you.
So, I'm confused. So you having a second audience participation now? Because I want to speak on the resolution.
No.
When?
After we have the public hearings.
After the public hearing.
Yeah, right, and we have a number, let's see, how many public hearings we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Sir, the Madam Mayor will announce it when it's time for the second audience participation. Madam Mayor will announce it when it's time for the second audience participation. She'll make sure that you're aware.
Right. So what's the difference between public hearing and audience participation?
Okay, so public hearing has to do with one item.
Yeah.
So now the first public hearing that the clerk is going to read here in just a minute. The first public hearing the clerk's going to read in just a minute is ordinance 24-101, an ordinance amending, and it has to do with multifamily. And so when we get the staff report, then we will open the public hearing. And during that time, anybody that testifies can only testify on the multifamily.
Okay.
Okay?
So if I wait long enough, though, we're going to have another,
Yeah.
and then I can speak to the resolution.
Well, you've already spoken at one audience participation.
Yeah, but it said in there that if you do a different subject, the first time I spoke was on the ordinance. And now, the different subject, it says, I'm speaking on the resolution. So
Okay,
it's two
but
different subjects.
Okay, well, let me get the attorney and, yeah.
Want me to, Nick, or you got it? What'll happen, sir, is audience participation. You can speak about anything. It doesn't matter.
Oh.
But you can only speak to one of the audience participations. The public hearing is
That's not what
specific
it
to what
says
ordinance.
in the direction. It says you can speak at both of them if you speak to a different subject. That's what I read.
I'm not sure where it says that.
I don't have it in front of me, but I think
Then
it's on the
agenda, it
agenda.
says you can speak under one of the audience participations on the agenda, but not both. It says that in both places on the agenda.
Well, then I'm not going to be able to speak again. Because I spoke
Well-
on the ordinance, now I want to speak on the resolution. So I'm not going to be able to speak again then.
You can speak on any other item that's under public hearing, and there are a number of election public hearings, but not resolution 25002.
Okay, well, thank
Okay.
you for the clarification.
Yeah.
Uh,
Okay, thanks, Richard. So I have been requested that we need to have a break, so we'll come back at 8:15.
All right.
I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. So I think you've seen some of the sausage being made in the assembly. And so the most important part to me is the fact that we give the people a chance to be able to testify and to get their opinions registered with the assembly. And I honestly couldn't remember where that second audience participation was, whether it was right after the public hearings or after the consent agenda or after the action memorandums or, after the vacancy report or whatever. So anyway, you found out we're all pretty human around here. So anyway, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 24-101, an ordinance amending MSB 17.73 to change notification requirements and process for multifamily developments. And this is sponsored by Assemblymember Hale.
Okay, we have staff reports, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly. My name is Alex Strawn. I'm the Planning Director for the Matsu Borough. This ordinance is the request of Assemblymember Hale, and it changes the process for multifamily development permits. Right now, when we receive a multifamily development permit, there's some back and forth with staff to make sure they have a complete application. And then within 10 days, the planning director, which is myself, essentially approves that permit in sort of the quiet of my own office. There's no public notification. It's just, we just check to see that it meets the standards and it gets approved. With this change, it would require that once we receive a complete application, that we notify everybody within 600 feet of the subject property. We put it in the newspaper and we advertise a public hearing, at which point I will actually, at the time that it's advertised, sit at the dais, gavel in, and hear the applicant, hear the staff report, and then hear public testimony on that permit, and then I would adjudicate that action, which is then appealable to the Board of Adjustments and Appeals. And I will say that we did pull together statistics on how many multifamily development permits we processed in 2024, and it was right around 36 permits. So this would be a substantial increase in the amount of staff time that's required to do these public notifications. And I'll answer any questions.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, my mic's not on. Okay, yes, Sumner, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, do you have an estimate of how much additional time it would add to receiving a permit?
So we did do an analysis of that. So I don't have, I apologize, I don't have the number per permit in front of me, but essentially if you took 36 multifamily permits and you added this public hearing process, you'd be looking at about 1,000 hour. What would it cost for a 1,000 hour employee just to be doing public notification, setting up and everything? Yeah.
Well, actually, that's good information, but what I actually meant is how much longer it would take for an applicant to receive their permit.
So right now it's 10 days from the time that you have a complete application. This would turn it into a 2 to 3 month process.
Assemblyperson Sumner, go ahead.
So I noticed that this says that you would have to impose reasonable conditions on the permit addressing concerns raised by neighboring property owners to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. Can you think of specific examples of reasonable conditions you might impose based on public testimony that are above and beyond what's in the current permit for a multifamily?
Yeah, sure. So just offhand here, one example might be that we didn't take into account that there's a bus stop right there and we need to maybe move the access over. Or if there's maybe a sensitive issue next door, we may require a little bit of additional screening or something like that, just to address those concerns.
So is it reasonable to assume that any additional well, most additional conditions that you would add cost to multifamily development?
Sure, if we were to add additional conditions that could add cost to the multifamily development, absolutely.
Thanks, appreciate your answers.
Okay. Further, yes, Assemblyperson Campbell.
And I just want to put on the record that the Planning Commission unanimously rejected these proposed changes. Is that correct?
Oh yeah, I apologize for not mentioning that. So a resolution was prepared for the Planning Commission in support of this ordinance. The Planning Commission failed the ordinance or the resolution unanimously. They did not adopt anything else to suggest what they would like to see, but they did fail a resolution, and they asked that it be passed on to the Assembly that it failed.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So this would add a notification requirement within 600 feet of the proposed development. What notification is there now to surrounding property owners of multifamily?
Through the mayor, right now there's no notification whatsoever.
Okay. No matter the size, if it's as long as it's over 2 up to in the core area up to an 18-plex.
That is correct.
Okay. And then and this would add a public opportunity or an opportunity for the public surrounding residents to give input. What mechanism is there right now if somebody heard about a development going in next to them to give any input on any aspect of that permit?
Yeah, so if somebody heard that that we are considering a multifamily development permit and they contact our office, we would absolutely keep them in the loop on where we're at in the process, and they could keep up to date on that.
So if the public can contact you at this point if they have specific concerns, if they know what's happening?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And how much are you able to keep up right now with that 10-day rule? Because that seems like a pretty tight turnaround with 30 applications and everything else you're juggling. Are you able to pretty much get these applications back out within 10 days?
Yes, through the mayor. Yes. So when we have a mandated time frame in borough code, we make sure that we meet those. It often is at the expense of other permits that don't have a mandated time frame. But yeah, I think we generally meet the 10-day time frame.
Okay, and then last question. So how many times do developers build and then come in for a permit after they've done the building? Is that a 10% of the time or a 50%?
So I don't have that number for you. I honestly can't tell you what percentage are done after the fact versus beforehand. Sorry, I don't have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
How does that even make sense to saying, because a permit says, are you going to give me permission to do it? No, by the way, I've already done it. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Through the mayor. So unfortunately, that is often the case. Often people apply for permits because we caught them, and then they're in here trying to do it after the fact.
That I don't know how you don't allow that, but you shouldn't. Nobody should allow that. I mean, if it's a permit, it could go either way. The other thing is, when a builder is going to build anything, they got to know months, maybe years in advance. Well, I'm going to buy that little piece over there, and I'm going to do this and this and this with it. So why would they be allowed to wait until the last minute and then put it out for public hearing? I mean, why can't they do that sooner in the process so you don't have this time crunch and delay of project? And I'm all for building, but if somebody could do a multifamily housing development in my backyard, I kind of want to know about that and see if there are any mitigating things that I can put forth that will. It's kind of like a negotiation process. Well, don't do that because I really hate it, but yeah, okay, you could do this. So are we cutting the public out of this all together now? Yikes.
So currently there is no public notification.
That's horrible. Okay.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. So is
in the case that somebody is caught, as you say, where they have not applied for the permit and are building multifamily anyway, is there any kind of repercussions for that?
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah,
Or a fine or something?
Yeah, to Assemblymember Hale, through the mayor. Yes, if somebody builds illegally without a permit, then there is the possibility that we could levy a fine. Generally speaking, we're trying to remedy the situation by whatever code compliance issue there is. Oftentimes the remedy is to get a permit, but certainly if we do catch somebody, we can issue a fine and demand that they get a permit at the same time.
And how often have we levied that fine against people that like, say, in the last 10 years?
So
Go ahead.
I do not have that information in front of me. I know we have issued some fines for multifamily developments without a permit, but generally speaking, we just force them to go through the permit process, and they may have to make modifications if their development does not meet the standards.
Thank you.
Is he done? Are you done, sir?
I just have one more thing. So you know that whatever fine you give these folks, it's not going to be anywhere near the income that they made from building this thing. So it's like, I'll take the hit. Is this the way it is in other? I had no idea this was the case. Is this the way it is pretty much in Alaska, or are we kind of unique that we just let this happen? I'll tell you what, if I give a person an instruction and they don't follow it, or my kid's cleaning in his room, I say, okay, and he doesn't do it right, okay, throw everything back. I'm going to throw it back in the mess you made. Like, pull up the sticks, pull up the rebar. I'm sorry, this is really surprising to me. I can't understand how we could operate that way.
Yeah.
Go ahead, sir.
So to Assemblymember McKee, through the mayor, one tool that we don't have, and it's arguable whether we should or not, but a lot of municipalities have building permits and occupancy permits, and there's a rigorous process to go through to get that permit. We do not have that in place.
We need it.
We had a land use permit in place for a little bit, but that went away, and so right now there's nothing that sort of we sort of have a reputation of being a place where you can build without any sort of rules, and so that's where we're at right now.
Y'all come just like the Wild West, do what you want. I'm sorry, I'm just very surprised. I probably shouldn't even be talking this way, but I'm all for building, but there's got to be a process.
Assemblyperson Nowers, did you have a comment? ma'am?
Just a follow-up question. So if this passed, you would be able to mitigate, if you heard from residents, you'd be able to put in measures that might mitigate the impacts that the neighbors spoke to. Right now, under the current rules, are you able to do anything to mitigate issues that you might see? I'm just wondering, under the current rules, have you been able to mitigate issues if you see something that really seems significant?
Yeah,
Go ahead, sir.
through the mayor. So this is a type of permit that generally you just either meet the standards or you don't. There's not a lot of discretion in the rules that apply to these things. Now, we do, I think, put conditions on there, like you have to finalize your driveway permit before you build this thing, or whatever it may be. You have to comply with other local, state, and federal laws, some generic type permits. Generally speaking, if there's some circumstance that requires some mitigation, we will work that out in the application phase so that their application meets our standards.
So just to follow up, so when you're sitting down with the person who's going to make the application, if they haven't already built, you can say, hey, have you thought about this? And maybe by mutual agreement, there can be some extra screening or who knows what.
Sure, or drainage or whatever it may be. Yeah.
Okay.
Further questions?
Madam Mayor?
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so does this ordinance that we're considering right now give you any discretion to not give the permit if the application is complete?
So I don't quite understand the question.
I see a frown, sir, so can you restate your question, please?
Yeah, so if the application is complete, when the application is complete, you shall issue the permit. That's correct. Same as is done right now. Once the application is complete, the permit is issued.
Yeah, through the mayor. That's correct. It may be that somebody is submitting something that doesn't meet the standards, and we say it doesn't meet the standards, and they say, I don't care, please deny it so I can go through the appeal process, but that generally does not happen. Generally speaking, we work out all of the things in the application process, and we generally have like 100% approval rating on these.
Okay.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson Fanoff.
Can you briefly give a summary, like on the original application as it is today? What kind of answers the builder has to answer in order for application to be considered complete for you to approve it, I guess? Give a brief summary so we can have a clear picture.
Sure. So the multifamily development permit has standards for parking, for drainage, for landscaping. It has requirements for, walkways, interconnectivity between the units, and then standards for internal road development. So you can't build really shoddy roads within your development, especially if it's a larger one. So there are standards that apply to how it is all set up.
Now, but I'm understanding this, you're talking about the full subdivision worth the thing, but if it's just a single 1 acre lot and somebody wants to put a fourplex, let's say there, they have to go through which process they would have to go currently?
So if you have 4 units on 1 acre lot, that would be a multifamily development permit.
Okay, so complete process you have to go, and if they meet the criteria, they are approved, correct?
Correct.
All right. If this was to pass, there could be somebody brings concerns or makes enough noise. Could there be a potential case where now that same application that was complete now is denied?
So
Go ahead, sir.
So the standards do not change with this ordinance. The standards are the standards. So I have no reason to think that there would all of a sudden be denials happening because we have a public process. The standards are not changing.
However, but you've mentioned earlier that the developer could be forced with additional things at the cost to the developer because of somebody just bringing up the concern or making enough noise, so to speak. Am I understanding correctly?
Yeah. So through the mayor. So there is a provision that allows the director to add conditions if it's in order to protect the public health, safety, and welfare. So yeah, there's a possibility that there could be some things added.
Does that makes it kind of disadvantage to the person who came in second, because of the first person that was there, nobody was in his or her way to build his home or whatever that is. But now, because the next door a lot is now being developed, is now I can implement additional expenses to the neighbor just because I was there. That potentially, based on you said the barriers and other things, that could be the case, correct?
So you're talking about 2 different properties?
Okay, if I am already in the neighborhood and I have my house built, regardless what it is. Now, next door lot next to me, Bill wants to build a fourplex, and now I, for some reason, don't like that project. I could voice my concerns, opinions, make enough noise, and maybe get my neighbors involved and make it so that same project is $100,000 more for him to build. And borough would force Bill, and I'm using just as an example here, would force Bill, so then to build what was a $500,000 project is now $600,000 project. Is that? I'm just bringing a scenario. Could that be the case?
So through the mayor, so when we, whether it's myself or whether it's the planning commission, when we impose conditions on a project, it can't be unreasonable, and it has to be, so if you're adding $100,000 with a condition, that's likely beyond what would be, test the challenge of maybe an appeal. Maybe Nick wants to weigh in on it, but generally speaking, conditions that are imposed on a permit are pretty a lot smaller than $100,000 change.
Great, but I was just using numbers in general.
Sure.
But I'm saying, but at the same time, why doesn't Bill now has same exact rights and say, well, you don't like this barrier being cleared, go ahead and install the fence. I personally don't need them. I just see we're picking almost winners and losers when we open this process. A lot of times, I've been being in the construction myself, you purchase a lot that's been on the market for 6 months, and then as soon as you come into that, starting clearing the lot, the neighbor is upset, even though that neighbor had exact same opportunity to buy and just keep it for privacy if he chose to. But now it makes the process more difficult. And I don't see how borough should play a role of picking winners and losers or implementing additional layers to already what is complicated process in multi-family if you want to be able to sell this on the market with all the rules that are currently, and not to mention what it takes to get through the fire department. So to Ms. McKee's point, I want to say that currently the way it is, any home that is, if you want to sell it on the market to be able to get a loan, it goes through a various setback based on the surveyor's verification, make sure it's properly appraised, make sure you have a proper septic involved. So instead of government regulating it, right now the market's regulating by having so many of these terms met, including inspections of all the levels of the construction before a bank would be willing to loan money on it. And if you didn't follow at least one of them, that deal just goes through. So the developer, it's not in developers or the builder's interest at all to build something that would not qualify for to meet all the standards.
To the staff or what?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I would say I don't want to be in the business of picking winner and loser when both have an equal amount, same kind of lot. I guess that's all I'll leave on that right now.
Okay. So this is questions to the staff. We will have, as you know, after the public hearing, time for discussion. But if you want, Assemblyperson Gamble.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So Alex, I just want to go back and you already said that you have a set of standards, and as long as the application meets those standards, you don't really go in there and modify those standards or add it. If it's pretty black and white, right? And so my concern is the short construction season that we have in Alaska. And so that shortened window of application approval is pretty necessary here in Alaska because we only have maybe 5 months of construction season, right? And so they've got to get those approvals or those permits in the springtime to get them approved so they can start construction in May to get their projects done by the fall. Is that pretty safe to say?
Yes, I'd like to encourage people to apply for permits in November.
Right.
But yes.
And so the contractors spend all winter planning their summer construction season based on getting permits done in a short period of time. So my other question for you is, when somebody applies for a permit, is that posted on borough website someplace? So people that are trying to keep an eye on what's going on with different construction projects in the borough, is it posted the day that their application is when they apply?
So through the mayor, so that depends on the nature of the permit. So we have like utility permits, for instance, where somebody wants to install utilities in the right of way. We do not post that online. There's no public notification. If there is a requirement that there's public notification, then we follow what's in the rules and what's set by code. So some permits are and some are not. Depends on what the rules say.
Okay. So I guess a comment back to Assemblymember McKee's point. I mean, somebody would have to actually come in the office and ask to see what permits have been submitted to know what construction projects are going on to really be on top of this. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Summer.
Yeah, I guess it's just a question for clarification. I mean, we've had some back and forth on what it takes to get a completed application approved. I mean, essentially, if I'm understanding you correctly, if someone submits a multifamily application and it's incomplete or doesn't meet the standards, it's kicked back and those 10 days don't start. So do you have any time frame on how long from the first application until approval on average?
So through the mayor, so Borough Code requires that once an application is submitted, we have 7 days to respond with what the deficiencies are in that application. And then once we give a list of what the deficiencies are and what questions we have, then it's on them. And often it can take a while of back and forth before we have what we consider to be a complete application. I do not have for you the average amount of time it takes to process a multifamily development permit based on that.
Do you know how many applications are considered complete on first submittal?
Very low percentage.
My other question is, currently, I mean, obviously, if you are within 600 feet of a multifamily development, it'd be pretty hard to miss it, I'm assuming, if you were concerned about it. How many calls per multifamily development do you get from the public currently?
Go ahead, Jeff.
So, yeah, thank you. I do not have those numbers, but again, if they're applying for the permit before they begin construction, they have no idea that it's going to happen as it is right now. So it'll just be a vacant lot sitting there, and then they get the permit issued, and then then they have their equipment out there.
Yeah, I guess, so my question is, do you get calls from the public concerned about multifamily developments going in next to them? And do you have any data on how many you get?
I don't have that data. We get a lot of calls on a lot of different issues every single day.
Assemblyperson or Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
The planning committee there, they failed this unanimously?
That's correct. The planning
What was
commission,
their reasoning?
So that is the unfortunate part about them not adopting a resolution, is that all we know is they did not support a resolution that was in
Was there
support of this.
anything in particular that stuck out?
So the comments in general were that this would take too much time and be too expensive.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Assemblyperson Nowers.
Yeah, question.
And then after this, we're going to stop the staff so we can get to the public hearing, okay?
A question on looking at a complete application. I know one of the concerns has been with the detached fourplexes that each have their own individual septic system. I know that the application, they have to be in compliance with all DEC regulations. My understanding, but I want to confirm, is that DEC, we asked them to review these wastewater systems with the detached fourplexes, but they told us they do not meet a minimum standard of amount of water being flushed through them. So they do not get looked at by DEC. Is that correct?
Go ahead.
So, thank you. So, we're venturing into state law here, which I'm not as much of an expert in. My understanding is that if you're dealing with a single septic system with a single home, they can be overseen by a certified septic installer, and that they do not get individual review by the DEC.
Okay, I had seen a letter to that effect to the borough, but it's been a few years, so I want to confirm that. And then last question was, when you say it will take 2 to 3 months, or it adds 2 to 3 months to the process, I guess I'm just trying to figure out why it takes that. I mean, obviously you got to send out a notice, then you got to wait, and then you got to schedule your public, but 2 to 3 months seems like maybe you can walk me through that. Can you walk through that timeline so we can understand why it would take 2 months as opposed to a month to get a notice out and have a hearing?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, you have to create like a vicinity map, and you have to create this one-page notification letter that says what, when, and where, and what the development is. Then, and you're posting on the website. Then you're getting it in the next available slot in the newspaper, so that takes a few days. And then I think 1703, which is the notification portion of the code, requires that a couple of weeks pass by before you have a public hearing. Given that, so that maybe that would be like a 1 month time. You're right. So the reason I was thinking it's 2 to 3 months is because with the planning commission, they have to introduce it and then do a public hearing. With this, we would not have to introduce it. So that would take like 2 to 4 weeks off of that. So 1 to 2 months might be more realistic. Yeah.
All righty. Thank you, sir.
Sorry. Thanks. Sorry about that.
Can I close it, or do you have it burning? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 24-101. And we do have a sign-up sheet. And Stephen?
My name is Steve Pannone. I am a registered civil engineer here in Alaska. I am here representing the Matsu Home Builders. The Matsu Home Builders are the largest home building trade advocacy in the state. We advocate for safe, attainable housing without sacrificing quality. And no, we do not condone illegal buildings, just for the record.
Mm-hmm.
We are in opposition of this. Ordinance. Basically, what it's going to do is create additional costs, as was earlier talked about by staff, and it's going to increase barriers to affordable housing and development. The time frame that it's going to take to build it's going to add time. Time is money in the construction business. It's going to have negative impacts on housing availability. You know, looking at that graph earlier today, there was only 127 multifamily houses built last year. And by enacting this ordinance, you're going to lower that number, which is going to lower the availability of housings. It's contradiction to the community needs and growth goals. You know, everyone knows that the borough is the largest growing borough in Alaska. We're the ones that have positive growth. All the other boroughs, besides Kenai, has negative growth. And we need affordable housing. Ordinance 24-101 undermines these objectives and makes it harder to address the urgent demand and sale of quality homes. It has a disproportionate impact on vulnerable populations. Individuals and families already struggling with housing insecurities will be disproportionately affected by the ripple effects of reducing housing availabilities and affordabilities. This includes seniors, low-income housing, and it's also going to limit the affordable housing development and the cost and stable, accessible workforce. I appreciate it, and I urge you not to vote in favor of this ordinance. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else in the audience that would like to give some input to the assembly? We have anybody? We do have two people online. Go ahead. Who's ever first online?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Uh-huh.
Yes. Good evening. So this is Rod Hansen with the North Lakes Community Council and representing some of the concerns of our area residents. We actually do support the proposed ordinance. We're not opposed to multifamily housing development, and given the growth we're seeing across the borough, we recognize the need for affordable housing. The fact that depending on the location of the property being developed, there can be negative impacts to surrounding property values and to property, other property owners with multifamily housing development. Just not unlike a small subdivision going in an area where I think it is in the interest of the public to at least let them know what's going on and give them an opportunity to, express any concerns they have. What we see with subdivision development is oftentimes those concerns can be mitigated with, not unreasonable cost, as Alex spoke to earlier. Rare would there be a an unreasonable burden put on the developer. Just like with new subdivisions, we believe pretty strongly in the public notification process and the opportunity for a public hearing, before approval of the developments. As you've heard, there's quite a bit of this going on where you get development started before there's even a permit. So, I think there's value here in getting some control on this. We're still way short of, zoning and building permits. I think what we're talking about with this ordinance is a reasonable step toward more public visibility and more accountability for officials to that public. To suggest the review process would add, substantial cost or significant negative schedule impacts, I think is a bit of a stretch. That's what developers do. They manage costs. As the planning commissioner, spoke to, there's, not often that a condition of approval would add significant cost. And with regard to scheduling, if you're not planning your projects the year before that you're planning to implement, and, the difference between a 10-day or a 6-week permit window causes that project to fail, you don't have the right project manager on the job. If the developers know there's a permit required process and they know the timeline associated with that, they will put that in their they'll put that into their schedule plans, and they should be doing that the year before. So, we support strongly.
Your time is up, sir.
Thank you.
Your time is up.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. The next person online?
Hi, my name is John Strassenberg. Want me to spell that for you?
No, the clerk says no. You're fine, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that, because I haven't heard any talk tonight about condo plats. And condo plats is it's a state law, and it allows basically subdivision by bypassing the platting authority. So if you do a condo plat, you don't have to go through platting. That means they're not required to obey certain rules. There's no public process. Right now, we've got, in Talkeetna area, we've got a condo plat that's over 100 lots, and that's one of the early phases. The property is 1,400 acres.
Sir, this
It's
only
an air
has,
park.
sir, this only has to do with ordinance 24-101.
No.
Yep.
Okay, I'll make it clear. Wait, I'll make it clear that condo plats, the only shot the borough has is through multifamily. This is multifamily. A condo plat is multifamily. And that's the only shot the borough has at it. And so I'm trying to say that you should be thinking about that, because it's got far-reaching implications. Like this condo plat is the airstrip overlays a section corner, which blocks access north and south, east and west. And so I just want you guys to know you're making a decision on multifamily, and public process is part of platting. It should be part of multifamily. If you have a subdivision of 125 lots, the public should know about it and get a chance to comment, just like with the planning department. So I'm in favor of this because it provides the public at least with some information, and then that in turn will inform Alex and his crew that are processing it. So I'm sorry, but I think that this terribly relevant to the issue at hand here. It's not just multifamily doesn't mean a building only. It means these condo plat subdivisions. So anyway, so I hope that you'll factor that into your deliberation on this and put a public process in.
Okay, do we have anybody else
Okay.
online? No. Is anybody else in the audience that would like to testify? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and close public hearing. Assemblyperson Hale, do you have a motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I move to adopt ordinance 24-101, and I will speak to it briefly if I may.
Yes, go ahead.
So I'm gonna keep it brief. I think the gentleman from North Bay Community Council already said most of the pertinent stuff here. I came up with this legislation after we had the discussion about trailer parks and whether or not to keep or remove the conditional use permit for the trailer parks. And at that meeting, we had a lot of folks come and talk to us about public notification for these, not just for trailer parks, but for all of these multifamily developments. And I thought it was worthy enough that we should address it. And this legislation comes out of that. In addition to that, probably the second most common phone call that I receive is about multifamily developments going in folks' neighborhoods, and they call me up and they say, "Hey, did you know about this?" And I'm like, "No." And they say, "Well, what can we do about it?" And the answer that I have to give them is absolutely nothing. And so one point that I would like to make here, and then I will be finished and we can move on with this thing, is in the language that is being deleted from the current ordinance. It says, "The director shall issue a decision on the application with conditions to address concerns raised by surrounding property owners within the notification area if deemed appropriate by the director." So this is almost the exact same language that is being added here, except for in the new language, there's only one condition by which the director may impose reasonable conditions on the permit, and that is to protect the public health, safety, and general welfare. So this change to the ordinance does absolutely nothing other than require notification and a public hearing. It doesn't give the director any leeway to deny the permit. It doesn't give any additional authority to impose conditions that the director does not already have. And so all it does is give folks an opportunity to air their concerns or even their support if they support it, which I think is a very important thing for folks to have that opportunity to come to the borough and to say, "Hey, here are the things you need to consider. Here are the things that you may not have already thought of." So that's why I brought this forward, and I hope that it will pass tonight. Thank you.
Further discussion from the assembly? Okay, is there Assemblyperson Sumner? Go ahead.
Yeah, at the last meeting during public comments, we had some visitors from the Valley Board of Realtors and other realtors. We've had some public comments emailed to the assembly from multifamily developing owners. We've had property managers and realtors email us. We've had a civil engineer and a representative from Matsu Homeowners Association. They're all against this ordinance, and the reason being that it is going to add time and cost, and time is cost, to the cost of building multifamily developments. I understand the desire to have public input in the process. I don't know that, there's a fine line between having a say in what your neighbor does and controlling what your neighbor does with their personal property. I don't think anyone is building multifamily in violation of CC&Rs, protective covenants. If they were, then they'd be open to civil liability. I think we as an assembly need to be really cautious when we pass any ordinance or legislation or what have you that's going to increase the cost of housing. Right now, across the nation, we have an housing affordability crisis, a cost of living crisis. One of the basic needs for people is food, water, shelter. Some people are spending 40-50% of their income on keeping a roof over their heads. And I asked the staff to provide some graphs to the assembly. Hopefully you guys had a chance to review that. One thing that the vacancy rate was one thing. The dramatic climb in rents in the last 3 or 4 years was another thing that stuck out to me. Another thing that stuck out to me was if you saw the synopsis of the changes to the multifamily ordinances in 2018, the threshold for when this multifamily permit would activate and you had to get a permit was in 2018. And immediately in 2019, you saw the tax assessor took, information showed that less than half of the multifamilies were built in the Matsu Valley. Now, correlation does not prove causation, but I spent a lot of money on an economics degree, but I mean, I could tell you the lesson I learned in the first day of the first class was if you decrease the supply, you increase the cost. So that wasn't this assembly, that was a different assembly, but I mean, I'd be embarrassed if this assembly passed an ordinance that's going to, put the most vulnerable of our population and tell them that, we're going to willingly and knowingly increase the cost of their housing. And that's like the ultimate impact of this ordinance, I think. If you think about public notice, the other thing that I want to add is, if you live in a neighborhood or have a large parcel or even any parcel down the street from you, and there are no CC&Rs, that was disclosed to you during your title search when you close your property. I mean, economics would dictate the highest and best use of any property is what people are going to do with it. So if you move into a neighborhood that has multifamily properties in it, there is an expectation that you'll have multifamily built next to you. So with that said, I just want to say that I'm in opposition to this.
Assemblyperson McKee.
I hear what you say, and I'm the one who's kind of out there with the trailer park thing. But I also think that good planning, you can't say, well, I'm going to buy a property this week and next week I'm going to start work on it. Nobody does that. So maybe just when builders are thinking of something like that, if they've got a free rein, they could actually do that 1 week, 2 week kind of thing. But to say, wait a minute, we've got to go through a process, it's going to take a little longer, then I can't see why that would mean more money if you know what you have to do. If it came as a surprise and it's like, oh dear God, we got this thing all set up and now we got to have this additional days for public processing. If you know that's there in advance and you work to that, to me, that makes sense. You have to plan in anything that you do. That's the name of the department, planning. So I'm all about finding places for people to live, but I just think that the contractors maybe need to take a step and say, yeah, okay, we're going to make a bit of change on this. I think maybe we can go through the process. When you shut out the public, they get mad.
Further discussion? Assembly personnel, go ahead.
Yeah, we do have an affordable housing issue. That's definitely out there, and I really appreciate Assemblymember Sumner's data points that he had on our vacancy rates being really low and the rental rates going up. And I added the fact that 700 units in the last 4 years have gone into rental for vacation. So, there's kind of a complex picture out there. I don't think covenants, nobody should rely on covenants. That is not the solution to the conflicts we see out there that arise. And listening to the Planning Commission, they voted against this unanimously, but they kind of said, we're not sure this is the right solution. But they said, we are seeing where we're, hogtied when people come to us with legitimate concerns and we can't do anything to find that balance of you can do whatever you want with your property, but when it starts to impact what I can do with my property and my property value, I get a seat at the table to discuss it. And so that's what I'm wrestling with. I have a question for the attorney, 2 questions. One is, could we right now publish on the website when a permit is applied for? And the second question is, if we went to a public process, can we eliminate the publish in the paper aspect of that notification? I know that's being talked about at the state level, and that's a bit of a that's a timeline thing. If you have to publish, it slows you down.
Yes to both questions. Administratively, the fact that somebody's applied for a permit, you can just put into the permit requirements. Just my recommendation would be that you tell applicants, hey, we're going to publish on our website that you've applied. And notice requirements for there is no notice requirement currently. And if you decide to pass something that says have a notice requirement, it's up to you what that notice requirement looks like. So if you wanted to say don't publish it in a newspaper, or change something in this current ordinance before you most certainly can.
Okay, so that could speed up the process from that 1 to 2 months to less and we have the ability to do that. I don't really like people building before they get a permit, because then I think it really strings the borough for being between a rock and a hard place if something is out of place. I guess, how much of a burden this will be, how much it will slow people down. I mean, that's a real concern. It seems like if you're going from 10 days to 4 or 5 weeks, that's not that big a deal, and the cost wouldn't be that much of a burden. So I guess I'm just trying to weigh those things, and the fact that right now, you could have an 18-plex pop up right next to you that could have, that you might have a valid concern about. You have no way to know it's even happening, to bring a concern to the developer or to the borough, and that doesn't seem like a good way to have things.
Deputy Mayor?
I'm going to oppose this just because, as a property owner, if I got somebody trying to tell me what I can and can't do on my own property, I'm going to either sick the dogs on you, or I'm going to sick the kids on you. One or the other.
Okay, Dee, I think there's some people down here that haven't talked yet.
Okay.
Assemblyperson Ponoff, and then Gamble.
I don't know if this question to Nick or to staff. Currently, what is considered multifamily? How many units or more in a borough? Anybody?
I don't know if Alex knows it off the top of his hand. I always have to pull it up.
Okay, well,
just because. So there are density thresholds that apply, right? Residential development constructed at a density of greater than 2 units per 40,000 square feet, or any development exceeding 6 dwelling units regardless of lot size. But then as it applies to substandard dwellings, it's equal to or greater than 1 unit per 40,000 square feet, or exceeding 2 dwellings regardless of lot size. And Alex is nodding, so
I understand correctly. 40 acres, 40,000 square foot lot, which is a little less than an acre, can have a duplex, and that's considered not. But the moment you go to 3 units, you are treated as a multifamily, correct? Am I saying? So, correct. But then the question, Alex, but you said like big developments, we're talking about the 40 lots where there are roads and drainages, and the ones that are 120 units. So we're treating all of these from 3 units to 100 units in exact same category currently. Am I understanding this correctly?
Does anybody have any problem regarding staff answering questions? Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. So the answer is that's correct. If you have 3 units on a 1 acre lot, it's treated the same as 100 units on a.
Okay. I see a valid concern from maybe some people that are comparing and thinking of multifamily as of possibly, let's say, more than 20 units. Or for Stephanie, so you're about how many, 18 or 16? That's a decent size. But I do have problem when a 3 unit is being treat it same, because the profit margin and what you're getting and what it costs and the time frame and everything, it is just, I don't think it's fair to, compare Walmart store and the gasoline little thing just because they both sell, stuff to a consumer. So I almost wish if this was applied to more of a bigger development, let's say a 20 unit or 24 unit, I could see that being a meaningful impact to the neighborhood and the surrounding people, where people could bring concerns. And I think there is probably more time frame and probably more potential assets available to address some of these concerns, how will be brought. But when we're talking on the 3 units, and you'd have to make some barriers or big drainage difference and things like that, it really could impact, and it just does not add up to people say, I support affordable housing, but then I say, I want to make it more complicated. So if this was directed more to, if we made a specific designation where it, designated to so many units that are larger than 15 or 20, whatever that number is, but not when it comes to the smaller ones, because that's just the reality. So I think that's why I would oppose this, because I think it just addresses way too many things and treats them under one umbrella, even though those projects are completely different in the size.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble, and then Sumner, and then I'll come down here.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I'm a little disappointed that the Planning Commission punted and didn't give us any feedback to work with. And I'm also, we keep hearing about these condo plants being used as a workaround to present borough code, and I think that has got to be dealt with at some point to clarify that and get it tightened up. So, Alex, if I heard you right, you get so busy with these permits at times that you have to redirect resources from other things to come in and make sure that these are done in the 10-day timeframe. That's how busy you get with these permits. Is that correct?
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's correct. If there's a mandated time frame on a permit, we are going to use staff resources to get that done in that time frame, often at the expense of time on another permit that doesn't have that time frame.
Thank you. So I guess my point being that if we start adding time to this process, this permit process, that it's just going to snowball, and the time to get these permits processed so that these contractors can get their projects done during that construction window is just it's going to be harder to get them done in a time-effective way where they can get their construction done during construction season. Thank you.
Do you still have comments, sir? Yes.
I was just hoping Alex could talk about the 12 and 18 unit limit for the core area, non-core area, because that wasn't brought up when we were talking about density threshold.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, through the mayor. So there is a maximum number of dwelling units allowed. If you're in the core area, it's 18 units per 40,000 square feet. And if it's outside the core area, it is 12 units per 40,000 square feet.
Okay. Assemblyperson McKee?
Alex, could you just say that again, because it sounded kind of backwards to me? So 18 in the core area per how many feet?
40,000 square feet.
40,000. So how come you get more in the core area than you do to get out there where you got room to roam? Why does? What? Well, another thing that bothers me is water tables and sewage, because when you move outside the core area, guess what? You got an outhouse or whatever, or you got your own septic system and all that. And the water table is really important because, if you got 2 straws in a cup, it takes a long time to get the water up. If you got 84 people sucking out of the same cup, it's going fast. And once it's gone, it's gone. So those kinds of considerations, I think people have to know about. That if I'm on city water, I don't really care. So in the core area, it really doesn't bother me. But out a little bit from that, those are the kind of, when you live outside the core area, you make sacrifices. You have your own well and it may go dry, and I've had that happen. Or the sewage thing may do its thing, and then you've got your neighbor's sewage and your water table. So maybe Dimitri had a little bit of a good thing to follow there, where you're talking about different sizes. I mean, 3, who cares? 18, 25, 32, I care. Just that.
Assemblyperson Nowers.
I just wonder, I've got a couple things that I could see proposing, but I sure wouldn't want to do them, like publishing on the website and, maybe looking at a public notification that kicks in at a higher level, but I sure wouldn't want to do it without getting the realtors and the housing community input. So I wonder if I could make a motion to postpone this and be able to come back with a couple of amendments, and maybe other folks do too. I have a lot I'm thinking about here, and definitely don't want to make it tougher on builders. So finding something that strikes that balance and might be acceptable with the other assembly members, but gives us some time to think about it, because it's 9:15 and I don't feel like I can count ballots right now.
Assemblymember Nowers, what's your date?
February, the
first meeting in February?
No, the second meeting in February, please.
That would be February 18th?
February 18th.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to postpone until February 18th. Discussion on the amendment. Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Actually, I think Bill
Oh,
wants to
okay.
say something.
Yeah, I think we just go ahead and vote on this ordinance as it is, and then if somebody wants to bring amendments to it later on or change the ordinance later on, that they can do it at a different date.
Okay, Assemblyperson Fauna.
I support.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner.
I mean, I reiterate that, but my question to Nick is, could we be changing, is this properly noticed to have changed density thresholds?
Not to change density thresholds.
Yeah, so we have to go, go back to public notice to get,
But if you're changing public notice, like, are you going to publish it in the newspaper? Are you not going to publish it in the newspaper? Do you put it on the website? Things like that. I think that's germane to what's been advertised here, but not changing density thresholds.
Okay.
I suppose you could say density thresholds below this need no notice and above this need notice, as long as it's related to the notice, but not the permit itself.
Okay, so is everybody?
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would just say I'm going to support this motion to postpone, just because if we don't postpone, we would have to send any new ordinance back to the Planning Commission. So while we're on the subject, if the folks have amendments they'd like to offer, then let's go ahead and get that done. So.
Okay, so I believe we have, yes, Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, postponing it, somebody was complaining about the fact that they didn't get the reasons that the Planning Commission had given for unanimously defeating this. I'd like to know why. So I would vote for that, just to get that. I'd vote for what do you call it? Postponement.
Well, I don't think if I understand correctly, the Planning Commission did put nothing on the record.
Oh, well, there must have been a reason.
We don't have anything to present to you.
Could we get them to say, why'd you do this?
Well, you would have to go back to the Planning Commission and be noticed so they could have comments on it, because they've already taken it up as business and rejected it. So.
Well, maybe they could
so
come up with some reasons that they rejected it. I don't like flying in the dark.
So.
Okay, so you have to trust your Planning Commission, I guess. So anyway.
I was going to say before, to Ms. McKee's point, that in order for us to get planning to give us review, if we voted this thing down, it'll go again through it, and we can actually ask them to provide more reasonable explanation with maybe at that time amendments or whatever it is, and maybe they'll give us a better product to work with.
So
so
vote down what?
We're on the amendment.
Yeah.
Okay. So
But did Dimitri mean vote down the amendment?
Motion.
What?
I'll say, if we vote this whole thing together, not just amendment, but the whole thing, the originator, including maybe with people who are willing to make the amendments, they can work on it then get it through planning commission. Planning commission can re-review it. At that time, we can ask them, make sure, give us a recommendation, not just vote it down. Because when somebody votes something down, it means that they don't like it altogether. But maybe they can give their recommendation or potentially changes, and then we'll see it after them. I think that would be a good process to go through this time.
Okay, so we're on the amendment to postpone, okay? And I believe there is objection, right? So, Madam Clerk, would you take the vote then, please?
Madam Mayor? No means no to,
No. Yeah.
No
I want to
means-
make sure I voted correctly. Okay, thank you.
No means no to postpone.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
So it is the postponement is defeated 4-3, correct, Madam Clerk?
yes.
Yeah. So now we're back on.
I'm just trying to capture
Madam
this, if I
Mayor?
could have just a
Okay,
second.
just a minute. We need to give the clerk a minute here, please.
Now you're on the main motion.
Right.
Thank you.
So now we're back on the main motion. And Assemblyperson Hale, did you have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to call the question.
Okay. So now you will vote on calling the question, which means to stop debate. Okay? Okay. So is everybody ready to vote on that?
There's no objection, Madam Mayor.
Oh, there's no objection? Okay, good. Okay, great. Already.
Down there.
I don't see anything. Do you see anything? No? Okay. So the call to question has no objection. So now you need to vote on the ordinance 24-101.
I'm resetting now. I'm resetting now. Everybody will have to re-vote if they already put in a vote.
Okay. So a yes would adopt it, no would defeat it.
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
the motion failed with Assemblymember McKean, Assemblymember Hale in support.
Okay. Alrighty, so now, Madam Clerk, when you're done, I'm ready to.
Ordinance 25004, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $118,788 from the Alaska State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs Homeland Security Program for hazardous materials decontamination equipment and confined space rescue training with accompanying resolution 25004, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for hazardous materials decontamination equipment and confined space rescue training.
We have staff reports, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Assembly, and staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. This money is to accept and appropriate money from the Alaska State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs Homeland Security Program. This money is going to be used for two different purposes. The first one is the Matsu Borough Hazmat Team, which we are part of the state emergency response team. The team has responded into Anchorage to assist them, and they have also responded out here from Anchorage to help us in the past. And this money is going to be used for an inflatable shelter. That shelter can be used for mass decon. It can be used to heating a warming shelter for the responders or for the victims. If we have to do mass decon with water, obviously we're going to need somewhere to keep them warm while doing that, and that's what this would provide. The other part of this is for confined space training. We would have an instructor come up and do two sessions, train a trainer in confined space, and that's what these two, the money would be used for those two items.
Okay, questions of staff? Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna.
Quick question, is there a match from the borough for what we need to invest to get this
Through
grant?
the mayor, Assembly-Member Bonoff, there's no match. This will cover everything that we need for this.
Are the questions of staff? Okay, all right, thank you. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-004 and resolution 25-004. We do not have a sign-up sheet, I guess. Anyone in the audience that would like to testify on this ordinance or resolution? Do we have anybody online, sir? We do not. One last chance. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing on ordinance 25-004 and resolution 25-004. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25-004 and resolution serial number 25-004.
Okay, discussion by the assembly. Any objection to the legislation passing? Seeing and hearing none, then the legislation passes.
Ordinance 25005, an ordinance approving the land classification of a borough-owned property as reserved use land for the purpose of an emergency services facility in the core area.
Staff report, sir.
Good evening again, Mayor, Assembly, and staff. Ken Barkley, Director of Emergency Services. So what we're looking at here is we want to reserve this land for future fire station. The current fire station is Station 5-2, located at Bogart and Ingstrom. That fire station, we had a study done to see if we could build onto it, and it was not feasible to do so for a few reasons. The water there, we have no potable water. So if we built on, we wanted to put living quarters, we couldn't do that. The other part of it is right east to that is going to be an expansion of the road, and they're putting a roundabout right there, which will also affect our response. So we're looking at a different area to build a fire station. The one that's currently at Bogart and Ingstrom, we would sell that station and then use some of that money to help us purchase or build a new fire station. So the land that we're looking at now will also cover a gap in our response. Within a 5-mile radius is what we work off of. So the land is located off of Bogart and Tate. It's the intersection there. It's actually 10 acres, and we wouldn't use all that, but some of it is not buildable, almost 5 acres of it. And there's also a road going to be going through there. Tate is proposed to be expanded right through that property. And there's also Highline Lane is also going to go across that property. So it's 10 acres, but we're going to use about 4 acres of that to build the actual fire station. So this is what we're looking at to cover our response area. The station that would be built there would be built with living quarters so that we could house fire department there 24/7. And this is in the future, but this is what we're working toward. Also, we need a fill site in this area, and we don't have one. We could put the fill site underneath this fire station as we have done in the past with our other fire stations. So we're looking for the future, we're looking for growth, and then with Station 5-2, it kind of limits us there, so we do have to look for other land. So this is property that the borough owns, and we wanted to earmark that for future growth for emergency services.
Questions? Yes, Assemblyperson Sumner? Yeah. Yes, go ahead.
Assemblyperson Nowers had her hand up first, so.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I had the same questions. Did I hear you say you don't have potable water at 5-2? Or are you just saying there's no water there, or you would need to drill a well? Why is there no potable water?
Through the mayor to Assemblyman Nowers, right now the water there, we have a well. It's not we can't drink that water. They can't get good water at that location. Was one of the problems. It's been that way for years. We've never had drinking water there.
Is it a shallow well? Is that the problem, or you got a water problem in that area that we maybe should think about?
Through the mayor of Assemblyman Nowers, I don't know the reasons.
Okay.
I just know we couldn't. We've never had drinking water at that station.
Okay, and then where the new land is, I heard at the discussion at the Planning Commission about having a light there eventually, if you have a fire station. I mean, we already know we have issues on Bogart, so, but it didn't sound like it sounded like the construction or clearing could happen as soon as next year. Is there a plan to get a light there, or is it just the hope that we'll build the station and then maybe we'll get a light at some point in the future? How does that coordination work?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Nowers, I'm not sure which light you're talking about. If you're talking about the intersection, we won't be at that intersection. We'll be at the other corner of the property.
What kind of thought is there into the fire trucks being able to come out onto Bogard? Is there going to be a light for the fire trucks to safely be able to come out onto Bogard?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Nowers, we haven't planned that far out for lighting, and that would have to be something into the plans when we would build the fire station. But right now, we haven't gotten that far.
And the timeline on building that fire station is, if it's up to you right now?
Actually, up to the assembly. Through the mayor, Assembly Nowers, we would hope in the next 3 years, but it's a wag. I'm just throwing it out right now, but it would all have to go through the assembly for approval.
Okay, I would appreciate thought going into the control of traffic when we get to that point, that there is a plan, not just it might happen in the future because of the issues already existing on Bogart.
Thank you.
And through the mayor to the assembly, really, that would be part of the design process. We're going through that now with Station 39. I believe that section of right-of-way belongs to DOT, so we would have to go through a permitting process and a traffic study likely to figure out what the impacts would be and what measures might be warranted in that area. But until we get to that phase where we're actually doing a design and engaging with a consultant, we won't know that answer.
Okay, so yes, I don't know who.
Finally,
Campbell was first.
an area of my expertise. So what happens, Bogart's a state road, correct? Yeah, so we'd work with the state of Alaska, basically, or when they designed the fire station, they'd work with the state of Alaska, and the state of Alaska would ride a light, perhaps, however you guys do it. But since it's exiting onto a state road, the state of Alaska would give permission for them to put a light there for emergency egress and ingress, however they want to do it. Ken, one thing you didn't talk about, because I know we've been talking about this fire station for years and years and years, is when you locate these fire stations, you want to have a 5-mile circle, basically, around each one. And the coverage of these stations determines the insurance rating of the fire department and the insurance costs of homeowners and businesses in that area. And so we talked a long time about moving the station to where it is, so that 6-1, which is downtown Wasilla, 5-1, which is over by the hospital, and this one would provide a better coverage for an ISO rating for the Central Matsu Fire Department. And having the station where it is right now is a great benefit to the Central Matsu Fire Department and the Matsu Borough in general.
Correct. Thank you, sir.
Okay. He's still got his light
Quick-
on.
Well, I've been waiting. She's asking you.
There's some person-
Currently, the lot belongs to Matsu Borough, or no? That's the question.
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Vaughn, the land belongs to the borough.
Okay,
And
so
we're just asking to earmark that for emergency services.
okay, and it's looked like in some of the there was some concerns from the neighbors, because now they already are thinking that, not in my backyard type of thing, when they're to be the first ones calling in if they had a fire, and they'd be closely protected, right?
Fair enough.
Yeah, okay. So I think it's considering that we already have the land, I think it's a very reasonable ask, and I support that.
Thank you.
One other thing, sorry, Max, stepping all over you tonight. And I gotta reemphasize what Assemblymember Faunov said. We saw some emails from some concerned citizens over there about the noise, and I don't think they understand that you have quiet hours at these fire stations and EMS stations, that when there's an emergency response and they go out at certain periods of the day, that they don't turn on their sirens until they're well out on the roads, correct?
Through the mayor, Assemblymember Gamble, that's correct. Out of 37 facilities that we have right now, I have no complaints. We take that into considerations because where the stations are located are in neighborhoods. That's why we put them there, to protect the citizens. And we don't respond always lights and sirens, only on our deltas and echo calls is what they are. It's a life-saving type emergency. But we don't put our lights and sirens on right away in a residential area. We'll wait till we get to the main road or the highway before we activate our lights and sirens. So that's correct.
Okay. And just a quick question, why did they locate the desired property on the northwest corner and not on the east side of that property? Was there a reason for that?
Through the mayor assembly member Gamble, very good question. There's not, that corner has a power line. So we only will get 3 acres. I was with Capital Projects today having this conversation because we were looking at either side. We don't have enough land to build the facility if we go on the east side. And it's because the power line cuts us down to about 3 acres.
Okay. And last thing is just a comment. The 2 most common things I heard when I responded to emergencies was, thank goodness you're here and what took you so long. So I think this is a great location, Ken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Assemblyperson Sumner.
Yeah, my question was just about the public comments, which were, about, proximity to the residential area. Pardon my ignorance, but is there a conditional use permit process for a fire station, or is it just because it's approved by the assembly, there is no permit process? And is there other plans for vegetative buffer or screening on the property line?
Through the mayor, I may have to ask the manager because that's not in my field. So.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, through the mayor, there is, to Assembly Member Sumner, there's no CUP process for this. What we're doing right now when we talk about land classification is exactly that. We public notice, we have a public hearing, and the Assembly makes a determination. So it's step 1 in a fairly long process because we've still got capital budget funding discussions to be made, designs to progress. I mean, this is the very beginning, and that's why we do it this way. So the public knows, they have an opportunity to provide comments, and the assembly can weigh that when you're making your decision.
Thanks.
Yeah, do you follow? No. Anyone down here? No? Okay, thank you, sir. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-005. Is there anyone, we do not have a sign-up sheet. Does anyone want to testify on this ordinance? Do we have people online? We do not, sir. Okay, don't see anybody moving, so we'll close the public hearing on ordinance 25-005. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25-005.
Okay, discussion by the assembly. Any objection to the ordinance by the assembly? Okay, so ordinance 25-005 has been approved. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 25006, an ordinance appropriating $41,230.75 from the Alaska State Department of Education and Early Development for the Online with Libraries Internet Cost Assistance Grant Program with a company resolution 25-005, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Online with Libraries Internet Cost Assistance Program.
Okay, staff, please.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly Members, Jillian Morrissey, Community Development Director. You've actually seen this item before. We forgot to put in appropriation for this. So you've accepted the grant monies before, but now this is in order to take it in to take the grant monies into our, for revenues.
Okay.
I'm here for any questions.
Questions? Okay. Don't hear anything. I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 25-006 and resolution 25-005, and we do have a sign-up sheet. Jackie?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll try and be intelligent because I'm tired. I'm Jackie Goforth. And one thing I've noticed about librarians ever since I discovered that some of these books were in the young adult section is that they're very quiet places. And that also means they're secretive. And there's a document called Freedom to Read that the American Library Association put out. And it says that there's no censorship allowed and there's no way to keep children or anyone from accessing absolutely anything at any time. And this is what they abide by with the American Library Association. Now, in 2003, the libraries were letting children access porn sites on the internet. And the federal government said they were going to take away their funding. So the American Library Association sued and it went to the Supreme Court. And the case is called the U.S. versus American Library Association. And the American Library Association lost. So in 2003, and especially in Section 204, where Chief Justice Rehnquist spoke, things in the library need to be of value to the community, and you cannot let children access items like pornography and things on the internet. So when I see something like this coming from the library of appropriating money, going for internet for young training for youth, it makes me hope that someone will have oversight on exactly what is being done with this money and what kind of content is being allowed. So I just want you to be aware of that. This situation really did happen, and you can look it up. It's United States versus American Library Association. It was adjudicated in 2003. And it didn't just say internet, it says materials. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to testify? We do not have anybody online? Okay. So with that, I'll close the public hearing on ordinance 25-006 and resolution 25-005. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25-006 and resolution serial number 25-005.
Okay. Discussion by the Assembly? Yes, Assemblyperson McKee.
The idea that, I mean, kids know how to do computers because they got a chip in their brain, they're born with it. I'm not, but they are, so they can get anywhere they want to go. So does this mean, is there anything in here that tells us about any supervision, or are we still going on the thing that kids can do whatever they want in the library? Because that's really important. The old saying, once you see something, you can't unsee it. And I know of a case where a child, almost 4 years later, is still in therapy from some of the stuff that they saw on the internet. And it's devastating. So how do we, is there any place anybody's going to ensure that they tell us how that's going to be monitored if that case if that case went that way, you know, that the Supreme Court decided against the Library Association, and how do we know there's any protection?
Do we have an answer for Assemblyperson McKee?
I don't have any knowledge of that.
Okay.
So I mean, I don't know how to respond.
Okay.
Well, you know, if we're talking about books are bad enough, but little kids can't necessarily read, but they can sure see. And that just worries bejesus out of me. It really does. I can't do that if there's no assurance that it isn't somebody's going to be seeing what's going on, because that's live action. They didn't forget that.
Mr. Attorney, do you have any input, please?
I don't. Our libraries provide internet. This grant before you tonight helps pay for it. So I think what Assemblymember McKee is talking about is a separate question, which is how do we provide the internet? I think that's maybe a little bit of a different question. This is the state of Alaska offers all libraries money to help them pay for their internet services that I think we're already providing anyway. And as the director mentioned, it was appropriated, and it says in the IM, it was appropriated it was accepted back in November, which means it's in the bank. It needs to be appropriated into an account before it can be spent, and that's what's before you tonight.
So maybe that, Assemblyperson McKee, that might be something you may want to research and bring forth some guidance.
Yeah, it would. And I don't know how to go about that, but somebody tell me and I'm on it.
I agree with the attorney. I will check on how we provide internet. I suppose, I think what you're asking is what internet controls there are. I have no idea what the U.S. Supreme Court case was about, so I'm not in a position to.
Could
And
Jackie get the case for us, maybe?
I'm sure the attorney's office can look it up. I mean, I'm saying we're not going to be able to
Yeah, we're
answer a question on that right now. I mean, I will
If
look
you-
at and follow up with the assembly on how we provide internet.
Further discussion on ordinance 25, yes, Assembly Person.
Yeah, to Ms. McKee's point, I kind of have also a lot of questions in IM. There's pretty much hardly anything. So I would love, before we make a decision, maybe postpone a couple of weeks, and then maybe we'll get some more additional information, and then we'll know if that's appropriate thing to do. So I would like to see if we could postpone it for the next meeting, if possible, if I would like. I think it'll give us confidence, knowing, make sure we're doing the right thing.
Official. Okay,
Accepting that.
yeah. So would you state what he said, please?
Madam Mayor, as I understand what Assemblymember Fonov said, he wishes to postpone, he moves to postpone the legislation to the February 4th meeting. the
Yeah, that
next
should give us
meeting.
enough time to do the proper homework.
And what is it, just so I know, what is it you're expecting? A copy of the case? I mean,
No.
what-
How, I guess my question is, if we got this money, do we have to, or are we obligated to now give this to them since we already provided, or that's in addition to them? Just learn a little more about this, maybe have a better staff report with more details, and then we'll make decision if we can support it or not. That's the concern that I have with it, because nobody seems to have really clear answers here for me and Ms. McKee.
Assemblyperson Gamble?
So if we don't appropriate this money, are we going to shut down the internet in the libraries in the Matsu Borough? Or are we going to have to just pay for it ourselves instead of using federal?
Yeah,
equipment?
so through the mayor, what we're doing here tonight is requesting approval to appropriate a
Right.
state grant for internet. If the grant were denied, the borough would be paying for that. If there's questions about what internet controls we provide in libraries, I will follow up on that, but that's not really relevant to the action tonight. As far as we provide internet in libraries, we've been doing it since the internet. And so, I mean, we can talk a little bit about some of those controls that might or might not be in place, and I'm happy to follow up with that. But yeah, I mean, if the assembly wants to have a discussion about not providing internet in the library, I suppose we could do that too.
Assemblyperson, oh, okay, so Assemblyperson Gamble, did you have follow-up?
No, I just agree with what the manager just said. If we want to have that discussion about how we provide internet in the future, I mean, how that happens, I think that's separate than using this money to provide internet, because it covers more than just what I think Assemblymember McKee and Assemblymember Fonov are getting at. I mean, it's a broad application of internet services in our libraries. Thank you.
So, okay, so Assemblyperson Ponoff, did you make the motion to postpone?
I did with to learn more, not necessarily about how we provide the internet, but within, to know if we must do this, and if we vote this down, what happens? We still have the money? Because from Nick's attorney's explanation, from what I'm understanding, we already got the money, we have it in an account, now we just need to give it to library. If we already, I guess, in that case,
Right, so
it just
back-
wasn't clear, I guess, that's all I'm saying.
Right, so back in November, there was a resolution of the Matsu Borough Assembly accepting and appropriating $41,230. And what the director said was the ordinance appropriating was somehow left off, missed the administrative process. So we've told the state of Alaska, yes, we'll accept your grant, so we have the money. If we don't spend it on the grant purposes, at some point, we just have to send it back. And the grant, as outlined in the 2000 IM 24-194, which was back before, basically says, the conditions of the grant are keep your library open.
Okay, I'll retract my
Withdraw.
postponement,
Okay,
because it
is
sounds
there-
like it was just something that was missed, and I hope we just do a better job next time, because that time should have asked more of those questions, I guess, but yeah, so
Is there
retract.
any objection from the assembly for him to withdraw his postponement motion? Okay, so it's withdrawn. Thank you.
I just wanted to
Assemblyperson
say that
McKee.
sometimes a vote against something like that is protest vote, and it gets people's attention. And I think it's, it just says, they actually said they weren't going to give it to us. What do we have to do differently? Because the destruction of a child's mind, to me, I mean, I understand we're not voting for, this doesn't allow us to say anything about how they monitor. But where is the mechanism that allows us to do that?
Yeah, well, I think the borough manager has already said
He's gonna
that
look at
he'll
it.
bring something back. So now is the time to go ahead and either accept or reject this ordinance and resolution.
Well, I hope the people at the library are hearing this conversation because the destruction of a child is abominable
Yes.
and cannot be recouped.
I don't think you have any objection from anybody sitting here
Yeah.
around the table. Okay. And Mr. Attorney, your light is still on. Do you have some further advice? No. Okay. So is there any objection to passing ordinance 25-006 and resolution 25-005? Hearing no objection, then both of those have been passed. Oh, yes. Deputy Mayor, I need a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock, and we have lots of stuff. So you better do at least an hour, maybe more.
I move to extend the meeting till 11 o'clock.
Okay. Is there any objection? Okay. All right. Thank you, sir. All righty. So now we have ordinance 25-007. Is that correct?
That is
Madam
correct,
Clerk?
Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Ordinance 25007, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $461,648.07 from the revenue replacement funding for 2022 windstorm disaster funding shortfalls with accompanying resolution 25-006, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for 2022 windstorm disaster funding shortfalls.
Okay. Staff. Hello.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, finance director. Before you is a legislation to accept and appropriate $461,648.07 that you previously moved in the ARPA spending plan to revenue replacement for roads. At this time, we are trying to get close to closing out the 2022 windstorm disaster. We know that there is expenditures that FEMA and the state will not cover. So at this time, we're asking you to appropriate this money and authorize the spending, the reimbursement to the RSAs of these expenditures that will not be covered by FEMA. Just so you know, there are additional invoices that will be coming in that we're still working out with FEMA to see if they will cover them in the future.
Questions of staff? Yes. Assemblyperson.
Thank you, Cheyenne. Can you just explain real quick for me, what is the Revenue Replacement Fund?
Okay, so through the mayor to Assemblymember Gamble, when we got the American Rescue Act funding, we were allowed to move so much money towards revenue replacement. It's just a category that they allowed us to utilize. In December, when we approved the spending plan, we moved $461,648 to revenue replacements for RSAs, for roads. So anything related to a road, we could spend it on.
Okay, gotcha. So this is not borough money, this is money that came from the state or from the feds?
This came from the federal government
Okay,
for
thank you.
COVID.
Perfect.
Okay, I guess that's all the questions. Thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-007 and resolution 25-006. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Is there anyone in the audience who want to testify in either one of these? Okay, seeing anybody? Do we have anybody? We do not have anybody online. Okay. So I'm going to close the public hearing, and Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25-007 and resolution serial number 25-006.
Okay, discussion by the Assembly. Any objection? Okay, both pieces of legislation then has been approved. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 25-008, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $170,000 from the Alaska State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs Emergency Management Performance Grant and requesting a reappropriation of $170,000 from the Emergency Management Fiscal Year 2025 operating budget for emergency, emergency management wages and benefits. with accompanying Resolution 25-007, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for a grant in the amount of $170,000 from the Alaska State Department of Military and Veterans Affairs, Emergency Management Performance Grant for Emergency Management Wages and Benefits.
Okay, hi.
Hi. Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. Before you use legislation to accept and appropriate emergency management funding to offset wages in the emergency management. This is a grant we have received in prior years, and when we build the budget, we budget for 100% of the wages, and then if we get this grant, it offsets those wages that are in the budget.
Question? Yes.
There's no match required?
It's matched with what's already been budgeted in the operating budget for emergency management. So we budget 100% of the wages, it reimburses 50% of the wages that are there, up to 170,000.
Okay, thank you.
So it's already in the budget.
Any questions to staff? Okay, thank you. I'll open the public hearing on ordinance 25-008 and resolution 25-007. We do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone want to testify? Anybody online, sir? No? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing on ordinance 25-008 and resolution 25-007. Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25-008 and resolution serial number 25-007.
Discussion by the assembly. Any objection? Hearing no objection, then ordinance 25-008 and resolution 25-007 have been approved. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 25-009, an ordinance authorizing the issuance of Alaska State Lease Revenue Refunding Bonds, Series 2025 Goose Creek Correctional Center Project, and one or more series in an amount not to exceed $110 million, approving the form and substance of an offer to purchase, a dealer manager agreement, a third supplement to trust indenture, a fourth supplement to trust indenture, a fourth amendment to lease purchase agreement, a fifth amendment to lease purchase agreement, one or more continuing disclosure certificates, one or more bond purchase agreements, and a refunding trust agreement, authorizing offering documents, making certain findings and determinations, authorizing the selection and engagement of a dealer manager and one or more underwriters, authorizing the execution of documents and instruments necessary or convenient to accomplish the foregoing, and containing other provisions relating to the subject.
Okay. So I'm going to open the public, I'm sorry.
report.
There you are. Okay, go ahead. Staff report, please. I don't know how you can add anything to all of that, but go ahead.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Cheyenne Heindel, Finance Director. I'm going to make it a little more clear to you. Basically, what has happened in 2006, the state came to us and asked us to issue lease revenue bonds to build Goose Creek Correctional Center. We did that. They have come to us since in this last couple months of the year, and they asked us to authorize the refunding of $110 million roughly in bonds that are outstanding. This, because we are the owners, we are the issuers of the original bonds. The state leases, the lease payment that they make on the correctional center is the debt service on the bonds. So essentially, we issued the bonds in our name, they pay the payments. So what they've come to us the last couple months is they asked us to do a refunding, which is basically a refinancing, so that they could save money over the life of the bonds, and they're looking to save approximately $7 million. This would do this.
Yeah.
And you guys have to authorize it because they're Matsu Borough bonds. So that's where it sits.
Okay. Are you ready to go to public hearing? Okay, thanks, Cheyenne. I'm going to open the public hearing on ordinance 25-009. Anyone, we do not have a sign-up sheet. Anyone? No. Online? No. Oh, yes, Lori, come. You getting lonely back there, so you want to come and talk to some people?
Lloyd Thurman. I'm not fully clear on exactly what we're talking about, but in my quick analysis of what she just said was the monies would be coming into the borough of about $7 million. So then, if this is not the case, then are we going to be footing the bill for the other $3 million just freelance, and we're going to be covering that as the borough? I don't fully grasp that. When we're throwing around millions of dollars, that's one heck of a lot of money. 1 million is a heck of a lot. So, you know, are we on the bill for that? I'm in question, so I don't really understand that portion. And there's nothing wrong with being able to give money back that you don't need to be spending in the first place. Now, you know, for prisons, okay, there's understandability in that. But I still don't, you know, to me, there's a switch and bait here. Thank you very much.
Okay. Any other comments? Testimony?
Can
Anybody online?
Cheyenne address what Lloyd just said?
I'm sorry, what?
Can Cheyenne address what Lloyd just said? Because I saw her shaking her
We
head.
can do it under assembly discussion,
Oh,
but
okay.
we can't do under public hearing. Sorry. We do not have anybody online, okay? So I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for ordinance 25-009. And Deputy Mayor.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25-009.
Okay. Discussion at the assembly. Do you want to ask for a continuation of staff?
I do, because Cheyenne was shaking her head no,
Okay,
and I
let
want to
me
know what
just-
that no
just-
meant.
Just a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Is there any objection to staff addressing the assembly? No. Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
Through the mayor to Assemblymember McKee, what this legislation does is essentially think about it as in the terms of refinancing your home. Normally you refinance your home because you're going to save money on interest in the future. That's what this legislation does. We are refinancing, we are refunding $110 million so that we can save $7 million off of the debt service over the life of the loan.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner, and then we'll come.
So I had some questions about this ahead of time, and I talked to Mike about it, Manager Brown. I understand there is going to be significant staff time invested in this. Is there any, I guess it might be a question for staff, is there any recompensation for our staff time invested in this from the state, from the savings?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner, the costs that we incur to do the refunding, such as bond counsel, the financial advisor, preparing the documents, those costs that we actually have contracts for will be reimbursed to the borough. My time, Mike's time, the attorney's time, no, that will not be reimbursed to the borough.
Is there a function to ask for reimbursement there, or is that kind of a faux pas in this situation since the state does give us so much money?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Sumner, truthfully, all of these documents that are attached, the attachments, they were prepared by bond counsel. I mean, I spent time reviewing them. We may have added paragraphs to them, but our bond counsel really did the bulk of the work.
Okay, just a minute. We had somebody down here, and then I'll come back. Deputy Mayor, you had a question?
So we're saving the state $7 million by doing this.
Yes.
Are we the bank? We hold
No,
the
we are
bonds?
not. We are the issuers of the bonds. They're issued in the Matsu Borough's name. The state is the ones responsible for making all the payments. The money was spent when Goose Creek was built. But, so this is just, like I said, think of it like financing on your home. You've got a mortgage. This is their mortgage.
Assemblyperson Gamble, go ahead.
So you answered partially my question. The state makes the payments. We're not responsible for the payments. But as they pay off these bonds, since we're the holders of them, does that improve our bond rating?
These bonds, through the mayor to Assemblymember Gamble, these bonds are issued on the state's credit. They are not issued on our credit.
So we issue them and they get all the credit for it?
Well, we issue them and they are responsible for making the payments.
Okay, thank you, Cheyenne.
Assemblyperson Nowers.
I just wanted to say to Assemblymember Sumner's comment, like, I think one of the things I would love to see in government is that we work together with the state. Like, it's not, it's not the state, like Fed should work with us and we should work with the state. And so I know it's going to take some extra time, but the state's going to save $7 million. Hopefully that passes on to our, residents around the state. And hopefully, when we say, hey, could you speed up those land transfers? Could you, that there'll be some reciprocal karma that goes around. So.
Further questions? Okay. Assemblyperson.
I'll just make a comment about this. I know because I partially was involved a little bit when there was few phone calls that took place, and to kind of address what Stephanie said is they asked us to speed up the process a little bit, and our attorney and the finance director were very good, and I think we did it when they asked us in the time frame too, and I think when we have a need, I think we can make that call to say, hey, if there's something that reasonable where we can ask them, they'll also respond in kind, I believe.
Further discussion? Is there any objection to the legislation? Okay, hearing none, the legislation passes. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ordinance 25-011, an ordinance amending MSB 2.12 related to the Assembly Office holding vacancies and meetings.
Okay, and Mr. Attorney, I guess, are you doing staff, sir?
Yes, I am.
All righty.
So, ordinance, just make sure my notes are right. Yep. So this ordinance before you is going to amend various parts of Chapter 2 of the Borough Code. 2.12 deals with the Assembly. I'll go through the changes kind of in order in terms of a staff report. So first, current code provides that the Assembly members who move from their district into another district only serve until the next regular election. This can cause seats to have out-of-cycle elections on the years when voter turnout is low, and more recently led to a premature departure of an Assembly member who moved out of his district. The change here would allow the Assembly member who moved out of their district to simply complete the remainder of their term. Second, the next part of the ordinance adds something into our code that's in state law that's currently not in our code. And that is a statement that a member of the Assembly who ceases to be a voter in the borough immediately forfeits office. That is a requirement of state law. It's not in our code. So the rule exists. The proposal here would add it into the code to make sure that our code mirrors state law so that everybody knows, because I know a lot of people don't look at state law, they only look at the borough code. Likewise, the next section in 212-040B is also being amended to conform to state law. It says that when the Assembly membership is reduced to less than a quorum, the remaining members must make the appointment within 7 days to constitute the quorum. The Borough Code, again, we're amending it to comply with state law for the 7-day limit. And then there's a whole list of reasons in state law, specifically 9 of them, where the Assembly declares a seat vacant. Currently in our code, we have 7 reasons listed. One of them is pretty vague. It says the reason is the person is removed from office, but we don't know what that means. And so again, in going through this ordinance and looking at reasons people might be in or out of office, the ordinance here mirrors exactly what the state law says and puts it into our code. The only difference is that it says, it doesn't say governing body, it says borough assembly, because state law, of course, applies to all the municipalities. The next part, in amending 212-050, is being amended to reflect that it is optional for the Assembly members to make recommendations. The code appears to read that it says the Assembly members shall make recommendations to the mayor on appointees, and Assembly members appointed. It seems to have language in it that seems the Assembly members can make an appointment. Again, state law says the borough mayor makes appointments and the Assembly confirms or rejects. So we're changing the word to may, because of course you can always talk to the mayor, but it's not a duty of office that you must make recommendations. But you should talk to the mayor as always. She's nice. And then we're also removing language that seems to indicate that the Assembly makes appointments. The Assembly does not make appointments. The Assembly only confirms or rejects the mayoral appointments. And then finally, 212-070A is a section that talks about an organizational meeting. Some bodies, an organizational meeting might make sense. For example, the school board, where they elect a president, they talk about a secretary. Here, we don't have an organizational meeting because we don't have an assembly chair. In a strong manager form of government, state law mandates that the mayor is the chair and runs the meetings. So we don't need an organizational meeting to decide who's going to be the chair, who's going to be the vice chair, who's going to be the secretary, are there going to be duties, because state law spells it out for us. So that's proposed to be removed. So that's a summary of the ordinance as you go through it, and the changes that are there.
Okay, questions of the attorney? Okay, I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-011. And we do have a sign-up sheet for PJ McBride. I stay left. Okay, all righty. So is there anyone in the audience that would like to testify on this ordinance? We have anybody online? We do? Okay, so we'll go to online and that'll give you a chance, Janice. Okay, all righty, go ahead. Online, go ahead. Comments, please.
Okay, this is John Strassenberg again. I'm commenting on the change, the part of the change in 25011 that would allow an assembly member who moves out of their district to complete their full term. And the terms are now 4 years. The problem with allowing the absentee member to complete his or her full term is that the district voters would be disenfranchised for up to 4 years. The absentee member isn't present in the district and loses touch with the communities, and the focus changes to the new district. The longer the absentee is away, the greater the disconnect and the more inadequate the representation. This doesn't happen overnight, and that's why the current code allows a limited time of absentee representation to better provide for an orderly and fair transition. The proposed serve out the full term scenario is at odds with the time-honored concept that a member must live reasonably near his or her constituents in order to adequately represent them. Why have districts if you don't honor them? The status quo, which is to serve until the next regular election, strikes a reasonable balance between orderly and fair transition while minimizing the time voters are subject to absentee representation. And I just want to say too, the out of cycle issue would self-correct the following November. And obviously, if you have to give up after 1 year before your full term, there's going to be some sort of out of cycle issue. But that automatically resets the following November. So anyway, so I hope. So I think the rest of 25011 or 25011 is good. I just object to letting an absentee serve the full term. So, okay, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Yep. Did you find your notes, ma'am? Yes. Okay, good.
Hi, I'm Janice Norman, longtime resident of the Matsu Valley. I just had I shouldn't say it's a question, I'm commenting, but on the part MSB 212040B, saying it's being amended to conform with state law. And then it goes on that it says the remaining members must make appointment within 7 days to constitute a quorum when we have someone that leaves the assembly seat. And what I'm wondering is, there a public notice that is given before someone is selected for the seat? Or is the seat filled just, through recommendations from assembly members?
Okay. We'll discuss that during the discussion. I can't answer that now.
Okay,
We'll
because-
discuss it during the answer and the.
Okay.
Yeah.
The reason why is I have a problem when I see family members, continuing to fill seats here on the assembly board. So I would like to have that addressed. At least give other people a chance to try for the assembly seat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else that would like to address this ordinance? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Assemblyperson Fana? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. Let me reopen the public hearing. And we have somebody online.
Hey, I'm on the line. Did you get me?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay. Sorry, I heard you closing the public hearing, and I was like, no, I'm online. This is Bruce Wood in Talkeetna again, and I, too, want to bring up that I see there's a problem with allowing someone to fill a term until that term ends. The terms are now 4 years, and that's a long time. And I think about, Mr. Yunt resigned and he was running for the Senate and he's now in Juneau. But if he hadn't resigned and his residence was just in the next district, he could go back and forth between Juneau and the borough, representing the borough, his district. And you can't do that well. And if we're up here in the Upper Valley. If our assembly rep moved down to Palmer for some reason, that's really too far away. And, I just think having someone be, maybe it's not likely that someone will move in the first year of their term, but it could happen. And I just think that the system now where somebody serves until the next regular election has worked for years. And I think I read in the IM that said, well, assembly member may not even know that moving disqualifies them from their seat. But really, it makes sense. So you almost don't need to know. And if you have questions, you call the borough clerk and ask them. So I really think it's important that one's representative live in the same district as you do. So I think that would be really bad to change that. So that's basically the only problem I have with this ordinance.
Okay. All right, thank you. Now, let me be sure, we do not have anybody else online. Okay, all right. Is there anyone here that wants to testify on this? Okay. Going to go ahead and close the public hearing, and Assemblyperson Fano. Yeah, would you? That'd be good.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25011, and I'm going to speak on it a little bit, if I may.
Sure, go ahead and speak.
Okay, so I worked for a while with the attorney for this and then put some input from Ms. Mickey. I just want to go through several things of the concerns that have been brought up and hopefully give an explanation, because as on the technical side, I believe attorney explained really well, because a lot of it just to reflect the state. So I'm going to read a few things. First I want to say that any ordinance or any resolutions that we ever address, it is always borough-wide. We never do any legislations that are specific to a certain district. Another thing that the attorney did not bring up, but it will also this will eliminate the problem of if there was ever a redistricting took place and you are now left outside of that district where you were elected to. So then that doesn't create another confusion or two assembly people in one, and then how do they fight? Which one needs to go? So as of currently, if we're elected for 2 4-year terms, which is 8 years, redistricting happens every 10 years. It would 8 out of 10 chances that redistricting could affect. And if you live in a big district in the center of it, it's unlikely going to touch you. But if you're in a more dense and smaller district, I think you could be affected. And I do not see how that person after redistricting would be any less of a representative to the people that elected him. In the 2 years as an assemblyman, I have received calls, and I actually don't filter calls because my caller ID doesn't say if they're in my district or not, from the people that are outside of my district on multiple occasions. And I have helped to navigate them through the issues. And a lot of times it's not because, a lot of times they said they were not able to reach who is their assemblyman. And, a lot of times, okay, I'll keep going a little bit more. So I'm sure also, I guess on this point, if somebody reached out to me from a different district, and I actually probably have received phone calls from all 6 districts and probably talked to people and possibly help them navigate through some of the things that they were challenging. And a lot of times it's maybe they were not able to reach, or sometimes maybe each assembly person not sees eye to eye, so they're more comfortable talking to me about some issue. Or if on that same matter, somebody who lives, and I'm sure it happened, who lives in my district might have reached out to a different assembly person who might understand it more on that specific issue and whether their values or visions align. So I think that's probably that. I know that has happened, and it's going to continue to happen. I'm going to address this concern that City of Wasilla brought up, which is they're saying how that's going to impact in the City of Wasilla, and it's a good size too. They don't have district. So in their case, they actually could have all 6 councilmen be living on the same street or on the same part of the city. And so it's just seats at large. Also, currently, as an assemblyman can work 3 weeks on the slope, 2 weeks off, which is majority of time spent outside of their district, and be assemblyman, even though I don't believe that makes him any less of a representative of his or her constituent. And I think if they're willing to connect with their people, they're more than capable to consider to serve them. About specifically living in that one location, I want to say that I don't had anybody actually come on my door and say, well, because you're my representative, this is your address, that's who I'm going to talk to. They call, they email, and I think they'll be able to continue to do that. So if you moved a mile away and it happened to be in a different district. I also asked attorney to tell me what are the rules for state senators and state House of Representative people, as far as where they supposed to live. And he said there is no rules. There's only qualifications that they need to follow to get elected and be in office. But after that, there isn't protocol for them that they must live in that district or in that area. So that also, just so you understand, that's also matching the state level. So they are not required by current state laws. Another thing I'm going to say, when we addressed and switched the 4-year from 3 years to 3 years, one of the goals was not to have elections on the odd year, which have historically been in a single-digit turnout and have a full cost of elections to the resident. Having this change will eliminate the need of off-year election and during a low voter turnout, so that when a representative being elected, it is during a high turnout. And last thing I'm going to say is during 4 years, family and financial situations may change. That might force them to move from one home or another. And at that time, a representative can choose to resign. But in this case, if he is capable, willing, and wants to continue to fulfill the commitment that he made to his voter and wants to do so, we should give them that opportunity. It is, I don't see how somebody who doesn't want to represent, who got elected, who made a commitment, all of a sudden is gonna just ignore the constituents that put them there. So I think I addressed some of these things, and I think it's something about honoring when you run for the office for 4 years and maybe something has changed or redistricting took place. You want to fulfill your the purpose and your commitment that you made to the people who voted for you to do what you've committed to. And I hope you support me in this legislation.
Further discussion by
Madam Mayor.
the... Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to move on page 1 of 4 in 212030B, strike end of their current term and reinstate next regular election. And I would like to speak to the police.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm absolutely opposed to somebody who doesn't live in their district serving as the assembly member for that district. And I think that the comparison to somebody who works on the slope doesn't hold any water at all. My home is in the district. My wife and my kid are in the district. My horse, my dogs, all of my property. I don't think that comparison has any bearing on the conversation whatsoever. So that's all I got to say about that.
Okay. Let me see if the clerk has, do you have?
I just wanted to clarify that he was moving it, that's at the bottom of the first page of the ordinance, Assemblymember Hale,
That's correct.
in B.
212030B.
Thank you.
Strike the bold and reinstate the bracketed.
Okay, already the clerk has it, thank you. So the discussion now is on the amendment. Assemblymember Gamble. Go ahead.
Can you read it?
I don't
Yeah,
know.
well, that's what I was just asking. I want a clarification. Could you read exactly what we're doing here, please? Thank you.
Okay, she will. Go ahead. Yeah, please.
Assemblymember Hale is moving to strike the bolded language in section B of the ordinance that currently reads the end of their current term. That's the proposed new language. So then it would read, and if elected member ceases to reside within the district from which the member was elected, the member may serve only until the next regular election. And that's what current code says.
Ready? Yeah, Assemblyperson Alice?
I'll just say I'm going to support this. I think I would agree with Assemblymember Fonoff if we were the size of Wasilla, but we're not. We're the size of West Virginia. And Talkeetna is very different than Palmer. And all the time, we're voting on things that are very specific to our districts. I mean, we have a core area comprehensive plan that doesn't even touch the outer districts. We vote on RIP lists for our road service areas. We vote on projects that are in our area, sections of Bogard Road. We vote on CIP lists that affect our specific areas, and our kids go to those schools. There's just a lot of familiarity that I have with District 2 that, respectfully, that, folks from, your district don't have, or you don't have, and vice versa. So I think it's really important to have somebody from your district and allow the voters to be enfranchised to pick somebody from their area and have that choice. So I'll be supporting that amendment.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment, Assembly Gamble? Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Oh, somebody else. I'm sorry, Max. It was you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think this specific line of the ordinance is the contentious part, and I talked to some people about it. Some people had concerns. We had some public comment, and Assemblymember Farnov's arguments compelling the good reasons why the redistricting and the finishing out your term and not having an off-year election are valid. But I think that this is this particular line of the ordinance is something that directly affects and benefits sitting members of the assembly. And since we have to, consulted Nick and said, well, can I recuse myself? Because this would benefit me. He said, no, you have to vote on it. But I think that we should really be really careful about this, right? It is beneficial to sitting assembly members. So we need to look at this through the lens of what is most beneficial to the constituents and has, the best representation and governance. And in that case, I will be voting for this amendment because I think that this particular line is not in the interest of best governance.
Assemblyperson Gamble, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm also going to support this amendment. And I think when you're out there and you're campaigning in your district, you're basically interviewing for a job to represent that district. And there should be a bond and allegiance to that district. And I agree, the borough as a whole, but your main emphasis should be on improving your district to the best of your ability. And as I thought about it, it's actually an interesting way to hedge your bet, because you could be elected in one district and then seek a higher office, possibly, or different office in a different district. So you could move into a different district and run for an office there. And then if you lose, you still get to hold your assembly seat. And so I found that an interesting thought process. Sorry, that was just me. But I agree. I think that this is bad governance by changing this. It's fine just the way it is. And I like what Mr. Ratzenberger said about, if it goes to an off-year cycle election, then it'll go back on cycle the following year. So I'm going to support this amendment. Thank you.
Yes, it's Assemblyperson Paul.
The argument I have against what Stephanie said the people are elected. Those are the people that have you elected, and for somehow just because you moved, let's just say a mile across, it doesn't mean that now you don't know the district. So it seems like we're not electing a person to that's not in that district. It's if circumstances or whatever the reason or redistricting took place, you're now outside of the district, and it doesn't affect, like I said, the big ones, but it's the denser ones. You're very limited. So then you choose the prioritize. Do I choose what's better for my kids, the schools, the family, or financial situation versus the commitment you made? And I believe it's the right thing to do to fulfill the commitment that you made to the residents that elected you. And if they elected you, that means they trusted in you. And even if you did leave that district, you are still know that district very well because those people have trusted to represent. They trusted you to represent them.
Mm-hmm. Let me just see.
One last comment. Since we're talking about possibilities here and redistricting, I mean, literally, in theory, somebody could be elected in District 1 and then move to Talkeetna and for 4 years represent District 1. The way this is written. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Assemblyperson McKee.
Yeah, I don't see a conflict, Bill, because you do know the neighborhood you came from, but obviously you're going to get to know the neighborhood that you moved to. So it's not that you give up. Well, let me start over. I've probably in 3 years or whatever it is now that I've been on the assembly, I'm not sure how long it is, I really don't. 21. I think maybe I've gotten 2 calls specifically from my district. Everything else I've done, starting with a road service area out in what was then Moki 2's area. And I pour everything into, somebody calls me, I pour absolutely everything into that call. I don't care where it comes from. And when I look at this book doesn't just have stuff in here about my district. It's about all the districts. It's at large. So I read, except for the engineering reports, because I don't know much about that. But I read every word of everything that's put forth here that I'm going to vote on. And when it's like 99% I'm voting for somebody, maybe in I don't know, Bill's district. So I have always favored at large because I think the other is kind of restrictive. And then another point, if I move across the street and then I'm out of district, seriously? I mean, I don't even think it's feasible to say, well, okay, it's going to be 100 yards out of the district or out of the district that they're in. I don't think that would work. I don't know how you would ever engineer that. But when you run for office, you're running for borough assembly. And I'm not going to push my district any harder than I'm going to push anybody else's district. So maybe that's just my orientation, but I think we all do that. So I think it's good to be elected from a particular district, but I don't think that necessarily has to carry over forever.
Further comments? Further discussion? I'm
Real
sorry.
quick, I would bet you that if you went out and you asked your constituents that if you moved out of your district, should you still be able to be their assembly person? I would bet you dimes to dollars that they would say no.
Bet you
That-
$1,000
I'm
it goes
just
just
saying
the other
that
way, Bill.
I bet you that your constituents would want you to step down.
I don't think so.
They'll-
Because I know them.
Yeah, we could do an amendment to say the minute you moved out of the district, you had to resign.
Well, what's different about that? I don't understand that.
If you moved out of your district, you had to resign because you're no longer qualified to represent that area.
Well, isn't that what happens? I mean,
I said that's a possibility for somebody to make an amendment to that effect.
that they could have the option to resign? Am I missing something here?
It's a
Oh.
Madam Mayor.
consequence, just like the term limits and stuff, right? I mean, there's guidelines that you run on, and if you violate those, then you're not qualified anymore. Assemblyperson Paul.
Like I said, I'm with Ms. McKee on that. If I think people know you and you represent them well, and if you are outside that and they can still reach you and you can make that commitment to them and you choose to represent well, I think you'll be just as effective. I'm not saying you'll be able to, in this case, you're not going to be able to run for re-election, but to complete the commitment that you made to them, that is, we always go to extreme to make a hypothetical that, oh, now you're in Butte and now all of a sudden you're in Talkeetna. I think that's an extreme. Or as soon as the election have happened and you're moving out the next day, that's also a very unlikely scenario. So that's why I don't agree with that amendment.
Okay, any further
Madam Mayor?
discussion? Yes?
I'd like to call the question, please.
Okay, is there any objection to calling the question? Don't hear any objection, then please proceed to vote. Everyone, please. And this is just for the amendment. Yeah. The amendment is to change back to the way it is now, which is if you move out of the district, the next election, you must take and run for the new area where you are. Okay, all righty. Go ahead, ma'am. Is everybody? Nope. Nope. Okay.
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Assemblymember, excuse me, Madam Mayor, the motion passed with Assemblymember Gamble, Sumner, and Nowers in support.
Okay,
And Hale, sorry too.
okay. All righty. So now we're back to the main motion, ordinance 25-011 as amended. Further discussion on anything? Yes. Assemblyperson.
I had one other amendment, and I think this is just basically a clarification, but on page 3, where it talks about, let's see, page 3, sorry, there's so many. Section 4, D7, it says that you are no longer eligible for your seat if you're convicted of a violation of AS 15.13. And 15.13 is APOC rules. And I just want to add language that says, is convicted in court of a violation of AS 15.13. So that it's clear that it's not somebody who was a day late on filing a report is no longer eligible to serve. It's somebody who's convicted in court. And I'm assured by the attorney that convicted already means that. I just want to add that so if somebody's looking at this in the future, they can see that it means convicted in court.
Okay. Did I see the attorney shake his head? Yes, that's what that means.
When Assemblymember Nauer said, "I've been assured by the attorney," that's when I nodded my head, because I indeed did tell her that earlier.
Okay. And that still lines up with state law.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So now we are on you made that as an amendment, right? So we're on that amendment. Discussion on that amendment. Any objection? Oh, I'm sorry. No. Okay. Any objection to that amendment? Okay, so that amendment passes. Did you have another amendment? No? Okay. Further discussion then on the ordinance as amended twice. Assemblyperson McKee.
I'd just like to say that when you run for office, anybody that's done it, it's heart and soul. You're out there all the time. And and if you're not, you shouldn't be even running for office. So you give it absolutely everything you have. And then just even running for the second term, personally for me, it didn't mean that I had to run any less hard. So when I think it was Bill said he bet $1,000, I wish there were a way to take you up on that, Bill, but it's not going to work. But my people know me. And they know that I'm a straight shooter, and they know that. Plus, they hear this stuff, and some of them come to the meetings, and they read the papers. So it's not like, well, because I moved down the block or into Stephanie's district, I care any less about you. But the point is, I think the most important thing is, so they already know they can keep going to me. My phone number's not going to change. So, but the idea that somehow my relationship with them has changed, it has not. But the idea that you've got 99 and 9/10% of the things you vote on are at large, are area wide. That's the most important thing to me. They have a place they can go. You run in your district. But what that does is it gives you access to vote on everything for every district. And that doesn't change just because you cross the street or go down the block or something like that. It isn't going to look, sitting up here at the desk isn't going to look much different than it did before. So I think that's pretty restrictive.
Okay, further discussion, Assemblyperson Sumner?
I'd like to propose one more amendment.
Okay.
To insert the word assembly between regular and election. So next regular assembly election. And I believe that would solve the issue of off-year low voter turnout after this next election. But correct me if I'm wrong. No?
Assemblymember Sumner, so the state law says that there is one day for a regular election. There's no such thing as a regular assembly election. There is a regular election day, and then everything else would be a special election. So it wouldn't, and our regular election under our code is annual, as it has to be, because school board members are 3-year terms, and we cannot change it. Kenai tried to change it, they got sued and they lost. So we know that 3-year terms have to be there, so we have to have annual elections unless and until we can get state law changed.
So could the amendment read, next regular election where other assembly members or other assembly seats are up for vote? Would
Yes.
that have the same effect I'm desiring?
Yes, it would push it out another year.
So move to that amendment.
Okay. Madam Clerk, did you get that? No.
So it would read,
So are you allowing him to amend his primary, or is this secondary?
can we just pretend I didn't propose the First Amendment?
Okay, so you can say, you withdraw the amendment. if
I
there's no objection.
withdraw the First
Okay,
Amendment.
so is there any objection to him withdrawing his First Amendment? Okay.
Withdrawing his primary amendment.
Yeah, he wanted the word assembly put in there. Yeah. So he's withdrawing that.
So now
Okay,
propose
now
a new
you're ready for
amendment.
something else.
And it'll read, next regular election where other assembly members are, oh, Nick, help me out here.
Could just say the next regular election on an even numbered year.
Yeah,
That's when
I
assembly
don't
members
see-
are going to be.
I don't see a
That's when
scenario
assembly
where
members are
that'd
going
be
to be
off.
elected from now on, because we're on 4-year terms and they're only on even numbered years.
Yeah, okay, yeah, there we go. Next regular election on an even numbered year.
Okay. Got it. All righty, good. So discussion on that amendment. Yes, Assembly.
Madam Mayor,
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm opposed to that. If we can hold special elections and have the assembly member resign immediately, that would be even better for me. I don't think that we should be representing districts that we don't live in. That's all.
Okay. So we have an amendment on. I don't know if you do want to make that amendment when we get done discussing this, Assemblyperson Hale, or was it just a comment, sir? Oh,
I'm sorry. I didn't hear. That wasn't very loud on my end.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was sitting back. So what you said, was that just a comment, or because we do have an amendment on the floor that we need to take care of?
Simply a comment, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, all righty. So now we are on the amendment, and Assemblyperson Nowers has a point.
I just think that the voters should have somebody in their district, and that's kind of I'm kind of more with Assemblymember Hale, but I think that's kind of a happy medium just to make sure they have some continuity until the next election, but I wouldn't want to wait 2 years.
Okay, Assemblyperson, let's see, Sumner was yours and you talked to it, so let me get some other input.
I think that is fairly reasonable, because then we don't do a special election, but yet that also prevents if somebody said they would move out the next day after get elected, there's that, instead of 4 years, it cuts it down, which in reality, it's probably unlikely that's going to happen, but that will align with still the assembly election, so I'll support that amendment.
Okay, Assemblyperson Gamble, did you have your mic on?
No, Assemblymember Fana stated what I was going to say.
Okay, Assemblyperson Sumner, then you want to speak to your amendment?
No, I was just gonna say, I'm not sure how I'm gonna vote on my own amendment, so I was hoping to get Bill's input.
Somebody going to convince you one way or the other?
And maybe Assemblymember Bernier, if you have some input on this too, I could be swayed one way or the other.
Yes, Assemblyperson Gamble.
So, how many times has this happened in the borough where an assembly member has stepped down or moved out of district? I can only think of this one time.
Twice, because Jesse did it, right?
No,
Jesse Sumner was elected. He didn't move.
I'm sorry, what?
Mr. Sumner was the other Mr. Sumner was elected to state office. He didn't
Right,
move.
right, I realize he didn't move
didn't
out of
move, he
district.
resigned.
But I interpret your question to be, how many times do we end up having to have somebody have a special election? But maybe I misunderstood.
Right. No,
what you
you're
said.
correct. Not very often, I guess, is my point. And we are having school board elections every year, so I don't see why it would be a big deal to have an assembly member on a ballot at the same time we're going through a school board election. I just think the way that we have code right now is just fine. I don't really think we need to amend it any further than what we did already. The rest of the ordinance is fine, because when I talk to the attorney, it's just doing some administrative cleanup work on the rest of section 2-12. So I guess in second thought, I'm going to oppose your amendment. Sorry, Max.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. I'll keep it very brief. The only reason that I would not support having the assembly member resign immediately is because then we would have to appoint somebody. I think that the shorter a time that they spend representing a district that they don't live in, the better. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Do you need the clerk to read it? Yes, okay. Madam Clerk.
Okay, Assemblymember Sumner proposed a primary amendment to insert at the end of B, because the bold language was removed, remember, D, so now we're back to the regular language, to insert after the word election on even numbered years.
Good. Oh, yeah, and we need, Deputy Mayor, we need a motion to go past 11 o'clock, sir. Thank you, Mike.
I move to Extend the meeting till 11:30.
Okay. Is there any objection? Okay, seeing and hearing none. Okay, so now are we
Can I
we're
make-
ready to vote on the amendment?
Almost.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. When people say, and I don't even know who said it, 'cause I'm not keeping score, you know, it's to the benefit of the office holder, like for instance, benefit to me if I decided to move. And we're going to 11 or 12 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning, whatever it is. And I don't, when people talk about benefits to assembly members, I'm not sure what they're talking about. If they're talking about the money we get, chump change. I'm practically owing the borough money. But it's a dedication, it's a heart dedication that says, I owe it to whomever calls me or whatever I'm voting on. And I just think that the longer that I can, I'm okay with the amendment taking us just to the next even year. But by gosh, when you pour your heart and soul and money and every other thing into this shtick, into this gig, and running for office, that's not to be taken lightly. And so that, enough said. I don't need to bend your ear anymore, but I really feel very, very strongly about that. And my experience having been, as I said, I jumped right into Moki 2's thing, and that was hellacious. But you do it because that's what you told the voters you would do.
Okay. I guess we're ready to vote on the amendment. Well, let me ask, is there any objection to the amendment?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Assemblymember Hale? Assemblymember Hale?
No.
Madam Mayor, the primary amendment passes with Assemblymembers Gamble, Assemblymember Nowers, and Assemblymember Hale opposed.
Okay. All righty. So we're back to the main motion now. Yes, Assemblyperson Fauna.
I talked to Nick earlier because I didn't know how this rule will go. We always use, like I said, extreme comparison. Is the a distance mark, is that a reasonable a mark to measure? A 1-2 mile thing where you are moved across the street literally, and then all the sudden, I just want to actually have a conversation if that is something. If it is, then maybe that provision can be put in place, because like I said, what Ms. McKee said is you're elected not for the money, not for them, but you're serving. You made a commitment, and you want to honor that commitment. I know I do, and I think most of if unlikely situation happen where person chooses not to, that is different. But if they want to serve, and their hearts in the price, and their people will elect them, I just don't see a problem with that if they're now, due to redistricting, or they moved within a reasonable distance. Will I get support on the some radius range, or is this unreasonable task? Because I want to have a conversation, or do I need to make an amendment in order to do this? Madam Mayor.
People can chime in.
I'm trying to imagine the person pacing it out. The front door is within 100 feet, but the rest of your house ain't. So I just think practically, sometimes simple is better. This is the line. That's your district.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead.
I would like to call a question, please.
Thank you, sir. We know you're the one that has to get up early in the morning, but the rest of us appreciate it too. So, any objection to calling the question? You have objection to calling the question? You do? Okay. So now the vote will be to call whether you should call a question, which would stop debate. You're voting to stop debate or not to stop debate.
Assemblymember Hale?
Yes.
The motion passed with Assemblymembers Fauna, Bernier, and McKee opposed.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, it has to have 5 votes. Excuse me, you're correct.
What?
It's supposed to have 5 votes to pass?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I'll ask differently
Right.
now.
So.
Sorry, Dimitri,
discussion-
I'm sleepy.
All right, me too.
Discussion continues.
Can I?
Yes.
To attorney, is there, you know how you corrected how Mr. Sumner did the amendment? Is there is there a way to put amendment in place when it comes to the distance so that extreme hypothetical would not even be entertained, or no?
So you asked me that about, we talked about that a little bit earlier. I did not have time to research it. I tried to find answers to find out if you could do like a distance requirement where it would say something like, well, if you move such and such a distance, you can stay in office until X date. But if you move beyond that, you have to vacate office earlier or something like that. I couldn't find anything in the short time I had to try to look that up. The state law just simply says you serve until the next regular election unless otherwise provided by ordinance. So I guess what you'd be proposing is like if you move within a mile of your district, you get to stay until the remainder of the term, and if not, I guess I don't know. Are you proposing that if you move, let's say, close, a mile away?
Yes.
You get to stay until the end of the term, but if you move farther than that, then you only get to stay until the even numbered year?
Well, I guess with amendment, that's how it would sound.
I mean, the amendment already says even numbered year, right?
Correct.
And we got that one right.
Yeah. So is that a legal way to put that amendment in place? Is there in the terminology or no?
Well, I wasn't able to find authority either way, whether or not we could or couldn't. I didn't have enough time to dig into it before the meeting here.
Okay.
So I can't answer. I'm sorry.
Okay, and if we adopt it as is, and later if that needed to be changed, would it be a whole new, not resolution? It would
New ordinance.
New ordinance completely altogether, right? Okay. I think Mr. Bernier.
So, but right now we have the thing about next, what did we say? For that? I
Next
know-
even.
oh, that's right.
year.
Yep.
Deputy Mayor.
Can I move to postpone this till February 4th?
You most certainly can. I mean, you can move, whether it will pass or not, I don't know, but you can move it. Okay, you want to move till February 4th? Is there objection?
No,
Yeah.
I like that because then I can take Bill up on his bet and I can call all my constituents and get my $1,000.
Well, be careful, since we've discussed this very thoroughly. Don't violate any open meetings law.
I would never do that, but I don't know how that would do
Miss
that.
Mickey.
Okay.
If I could, so like if I called the people in my district and said, what do you think? That would be violating the,
No, only elected officials.
huh?
Only elected officials, not people, not your
Oh, I
constituents.
didn't mean any of us. I mean, I'm going to call all my voters and say, what do
Well,
you
were
think?
pointing down here, so.
I meant Bill,
Yeah,
because he told me that they would say no and I think they'd say yes. But anyway, that's irrelevant.
yeah. There, we have a motion to postpone. Is there objection? We do have objection.
I have this on the motion to.
But we have to vote on the motion to postpone.
Assemblymember Hale,
No.
Okay.
the motion failed with Assemblymember, Assemblymember Bernier in favor.
Okay. Alrighty. Further discussion?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think postponing wouldn't really necessarily make any things. The bet between you guys could still do, and I think that's still okay. I'm ready to just vote on the as amendment.
So you're ready to vote now? Okay. Any objection to the legislation passing? Okay, I don't see or hear any. The legislation passes as amended then, right, Madam Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Oh. Ordinance 25-012, an ordinance amending Title 25 elections. And it's sponsored by Assemblymember Fonov.
Okay, Mr. Attorney, are you handling this one or? Oh, Estelle, oh, that's right, Estelle, okay.
So the amendments to Title 25 here are to enhance clarity, efficiency, and accuracy in our election processes and just some cleanup. Part of it's just going to be replacing the terms such as tabulation with count or tabulated as counted. It's also doing some adjustments to the candidate filing process, like increasing the amount of words they're allowed to use in their statements and requiring that all of the materials we use for candidate filing be submitted at one time. That is something we currently ask, but it was not necessarily specified in code. It's also adding some clarification to the process of being a poll watcher. They are currently required to be sponsored by a candidate or organization. And also proper marking of ballots. We had some issues with how people were marking their ovals, and with the hand counting now, we would just like to have some clarification there. We also have to remove ballot boards because we no longer have teams such as the review board since we've moved to hand counting. And lastly, I would say a part of it is also permitting early ballot counting of the early vote counts. We know we reported on this during the Canvas board report, but we had 4 teams of hand counts working for about 13 hours around the clock. And we were hoping that with the discretion of the clerk, because every year is a little different, we saw record high early voting turnout, that we would be able to start that count before 8 p.m. on election day, which is how it's currently in code.
Questions of staff? Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
Sorry, I mean, there's nothing more important than elections, so forgive these questions, but I think it's important. One kind of just a question for the clerk. On page 4 at the bottom, it says, the last line says, without proper authorization, the election official is empowered to ask a poll watcher to leave the polling place. Without proper authorization, does that mean without, is it supposed to be without prior authorization? I mean, I'm just thinking that you're trying to make sure the election, if somebody's disruptive, the election official doesn't have to go all the way up the chain to, you know, ask somebody to leave and then things can be resolved later. I just don't know what proper, is that supposed to be prior? It's just, is it a typo?
Through the mayor to Assemblymember Nowers, I believe that's just a typo. We do discuss with the officials during their training that if they are having something that they think is being done improperly by a poll watcher, they are allowed to ask them to remove themselves from the polling place. They don't have to have one of us go down there or contact them. They have that up to their discretion, and all of our officials take an oath, so they're doing it because they think it's necessary.
Okay, so the way it reads right now, it kind of feels like they don't actually need to have proper authorization or proper reason to do it. So I don't know, does that require an amendment to make that say without prior authorization? Or can it be just corrected as a typo? Page 4, bottom of page 4.
I might defer to Nick on this one, but I believe that would have to be an amendment because I don't think we could just call that a typo.
Right. I mean, if the revise, so the clerk is the reviser of ordinances, and if the clerk believed that the word was a typo and changed it to prior, it would simply say, without prior authorization, the election official is empowered to ask a poll watcher to leave the polling place, which also reads kind of strange. If you're worried about that language, you might want to just strike it and just leave it as the election official is empowered. Election officials are empowered to ask poll watchers to leave the polling place.
Okay, I'll make the motion to amend that to strike the words without proper authorization.
Ma'am, we haven't had the public hearing
Oh,
yet.
sorry.
I know, we need to hurry things along, lady, but yeah. So anyway, further, yes, comments or questions of staff?
Yeah.
Okay.
Who's empowered for the authorization?
So election officials are able to ask a poll watcher to leave the polling place if they feel that they're in violation. Or if they're doing something improperly. Who gives it? Oh, well, Lonnie does, the clerk. It's part of the training that we give them that power.
Okay. Further questions of staff?
So I just want to follow up on that. So I'm sure that when that happens, it's got to be documented, it's got to be reported, and there's a process where, I mean, it's an official document when you do that.
So we do have a form that is filled out by poll watchers. I don't have one here in front of me, but those types of instances are definitely documented with the clerk's office.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and open the public hearing on ordinance 25-012. We don't have a sign-up sheet, but I think maybe we have somebody to testify. Come on up. Okay, good.
Okay, let's see if we can do this. My name is Janice Norman, and I'm a longtime resident of the Mat-Su Valley. I have done poll watching in the past, or I've worked as a poll watcher. And so I have some comments about the poll watcher position. One of the questions that I have is in the verbiage, it says that, oh, now I lost it. Okay, a person who qualifies on page 3, it's in the number 1 bracket here. A person who qualifies to be a poll watcher under MSB 2530.025 may observe the early vote hand counting, but must take an oath that they will not divulge confidential information. I have 2 comments here. First, I looked through the through that code, and I don't see anything really specific that would say what would be a qualification besides being 18, being a voter, and not being a felon. So we had one person that was turned down for a position, and I think for a poll watcher position, and I really think it was based on a personal feeling, and it wasn't based on the fact whether they were qualified or not. So I think that there needs to be clarification on what the qualifications are, so that if someone is 18 or older and they're not a felon and they're registered to vote, they should be able to be a poll watcher. That is part of our civic duties, and to be turned down for that is really discouraging that person from being able to do their civic duty for the United States. So I would like to see that revisited and clarified. The other thing is, at the bottom of that, it said they will not divulge confidential information. I know for a fact that the voter rolls, they're public. And it states their name, it states their, I'm almost done here. It states if they're a Republican, Democrat, whatever, and it states even where they live. And so I would like to have this information, or this confidential information, defined even more. I think that this is a pretty vague description, divulge confidential information. If I brought in a voter roll with me and I just happen to have it and I'm looking up to see if they were a voter, I'm not sure that that's divulging confidential information. So I'd like to see those 2 things revisited. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that would like to? Yes, Jackie?
Thank you, and I'll try and make more sense. My name's Jackie Goforth, and I've been a poll watcher and been there for 14 hours during the recall for Palmer. And it was a very contentious election, by the way. And I believe that if you're going to remove a poll watcher, it should have maybe two people who make that decision, not just one, because there were several instances where the poll watchers were triggered, attempting to have an issue, and one of them was removed physically. So I just want you to know that it does happen that personalities get involved, and so maybe it should be, rather than just one person can remove a poll watcher, it should maybe be a consultation between two or something. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to testify on ordinance 25012?
Lloyd Thurman, it's such a pleasure to be here with you guys so late at night. Anyhow, I'm going to ask that you probably put this thing on hold for a later time because it's involved. I don't really agree with a whole lot of the things that are here within this because the wording I don't believe is fully correct. The poll watchers, as they were talking before, is very serious. It's basically putting additional qualifications that are not there and are not right to be able to giving those to another person to put us more under the thumb of government. The clerk should not have those special authorities to be able to do that. To be able to be making an oath that you're not required. I don't care if the person's a liberal or a Democrat, a socialist or a conservative. It makes no difference. If they're here to represent and to monitor and the polls, that is their right. Also, they have been restricted sometimes that they can't keep notes. Now, why is that a restriction in any way whatsoever, that they can't have notes to try and remember that they're being restricted from those to be able to bring them forward at a later time on what's going on? That's wrong, because basically you want to have your facts. So that's outrageous that they're them trying to impose even further. Let's see, Kenny Marie Moan writing here. Also have gone through the regional Republican person of the people that they give a thumbs up or a thumbs down to. That was done. That's not appropriate, nor for the clerk to do that. If they're a person who's a citizen, they should be able to be qualified because they're always screaming, oh, there's not people here. Well, yeah, there are. You just want to put in whoever you want in there or whatever who doesn't quite meet the criteria. Not to divulge any sacred information that's there. What sacred information is there? If things are wrong, then it should be pointed out so that basically people's right to be able to vote, or if there's a problem, it should be corrected on that portion. Can't even read my own portions here. Sorry about that. I guess those are the main things. I would recommend that you put this on hold, spend a little bit more time going through the wording, the word on counting and tabulated, different things. The wording here needs some special effort to be able to go through it. It's going to be long, and seeing as how we went through so long before, I think it would be in your best interest to put it off. These things are really, really critical, and the voting machines and the rest of this, it all fits together. It's really, really important. There is nothing that is more important than our vote and us being able to have accurate and correct elections. So thank you very much for your time.
Anyone else? Okay, just a minute.
I'm Desiree Terry, and I live in Palmer. My observation on reading through this is that a poll watcher is inferred that it's some privilege that we, as a voter, would be accepted by whomever. It's like if you're representing your party or you're representing a candidate, you should be allowed to poll watch. The reason that we're poll watching is to give more integrity to the election, to make more people satisfied that there wasn't any shenanigans. And so I know that in poll watching, sometimes people don't like to be watched. It's fine. That's fine. But that's the part, I mean, that's just a stigma that I think is not a valid stigma, because the more people watching, the more people trust your elections. They're going to trust them more. If you had a poll watcher in the room for every candidate and they could watch and they weren't obstructing anything, they're watching the counting, there's no reason why you wouldn't want as many eyes on it as you could have. And like I said before, I'd put cameras so that everybody could see. Because there's nothing, you keep your ballot, you deposit it, your ballot isn't with a name. I think that some of the poll watchers that were watching had challenges to who the voter was, and they knew that that person wasn't in the district or wasn't in the right precinct voting. And so maybe that would be something that somebody might say, you're divulging, private information, but if you don't do that, then you're not holding into account what the process is supposed to be. So, and the other thing, if this is for clarity, these changes, then I would put hand counting in front of every time you say counting, where you're changing tabulating to counting, change it to hand counting. That's what we're doing. That's it.
Anyone else?
I'm glad I'm not saying good morning.
Well, we can't go past midnight, so.
My name's Kathy Harris, and I'm from Wasilla. And as I was looking at this, regarding the poll watchers, who are the poll watchers? And we're residents that want to contribute to the integrity of our elections. And there was just, it seemed like a kind of some negative connotations in here. Maybe that's not meant to be. I know that I tried to be a poll watcher, and I was told that I would never be a poll watcher as long as this person was in charge. And I wasn't given any reason. And maybe it's a personality thing, but that was really hurtful, and it's grievous. And I concur with some of the other comments that having one person in charge, like when I was reading through some of the borough stuff this afternoon, the clerk. And a lot of the things that the clerk is overseeing are things like that should be actually delegated to a team of people. It's a lot of kind of minuscule things. That was just something that I noticed. So in regards to the poll watchers, and the verbiage in here, a person who qualifies, it's already been touched upon. The oath. So I work in healthcare. We have HIPAA. I don't take an oath for HIPAA. I know what the rules and the regulations are. I know what the expectations are of my job. I know what the consequences are. I don't need to take an oath. And I think as a poll watcher, it's a volunteer position, it's an integrity position, it's an honorable position to participate. And I'm not understanding why someone would have to take an oath for that. And additionally, I do concur also about the divulging and disseminate confidential information. That is really broad, and it also says including but not limited to. So what does that mean? Does that mean, like, is it the way you're looking at things, and what, and can you take notes? I know people who had their notes confiscated at this last election. And that's just concerning. If you're supposed to be watching and watching out for the betterment of everybody, why can't you take notes? Nobody's there to harm or hurt anybody. You go through a training. You want to build teamwork. And so these are just concerns and questions that I had. And it does grieve me to bring this home too, but I am going to say it. And it's this. If the clerk can't obey and go by the ordinance of the hand count and no machines, like she violated that. But then this is coming forth and we're asking as poll watchers to obey all these things. I mean, just where is the example? That's my comment. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Deputy Mayor, will you move us to mandatory adjournment time, please?
I extend the meeting till midnight or before.
Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, then the meeting is extended to midnight. We do have two people online. Go ahead, whoever's online.
Hi, this is Ruth Wood again in Talkeetna, and I have not ever been a poll watcher, so there's a lot in this ordinance that I can't really speak to. But the one thing that I did want to speak to is on page 7, going into 8, under A. The early ballot shall be delivered to the election officials assigned by the clerk for hand counting in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. Counting of early ballots will begin on election day, struck promptly after 8 p.m. The hand count results shall be reported as soon as completed, but not before 8 p.m. I think it is a really, really, really bad practice to start counting votes before the polls close. I just think, I think that's part of the reason that you're having to put an oath in here about confidentiality, because how the votes are going is really confidential information and could be used to call someone and say, you better get your people down here to vote because it's not going our way. I like to think that couldn't happen in the borough, but I don't really know that it couldn't happen. And, we have had a system, you vote and all the votes are counted after the polls close. And that should not be changed. And I'm sorry if it makes people work until midnight or 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, but that is better than starting to count when the polls are still open. So that's it for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. And we have one more person online.
Hi, this is John Strassenberg again.
Okay.
Here I go. The Assembly chose in 2022 to require hand counting of ballots in order to, among other things, improve election security and public confidence in the outcome of our elections. But now, OR 25012 seems to undermine election security and public confidence by allowing counting of early ballots at any time on election day without regard to whether the polls are open or closed. Waiting until after the polls close is standard practice for security reasons. I think most people would see this as very risky security. The ordinance does not say how early in the day the early ballot counting may occur. As written in the ordinance, the count could be very early on election day, resulting in a relatively long period of time that early voting results are exposed to improper disclosure and subsequent misuse of the information. Adopting this part of OR 25012 would further erode public confidence in our elections, and I suggest that OR 25012 be amended to strike language that relates to the counting of early ballots prior to closure of the polls. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. One last time, anybody in the audience? Okay. Seeing no one, then I'll close the public hearing. And before we go into discussion, let me just tell you that we have 4 full pages of agenda that we have to get through by midnight. So, because we have mandatory, anyway, go ahead.
I move to postpone.
Huh?
I move to postpone.
Postpone? Okay.
We didn't move it first.
We need a motion to adopt first. And
Sorry.
So, Assemblyperson Fauna.
I move to adopt ordinance serial number 25012, and if I briefly speak on it.
Okay. and
Okay,
then-
with clerk not being here, and I made a lot of notes and a lot of points have been brought up. There is definitely a decent amount of work that I want to revisit in order to complete this. And with how much time and how we have left, I would ask you support me to postpone this, not to next, but maybe the following meeting, so we have enough time to work and you. and I-
February 18th would be the second meeting in February,
February 18th?
February 18th.
February 18th.
Yeah, because we're in the last meeting of January now.
Yes, because there's a lot of, some
Okay,
stuff
all
stuck by
right,
me.
we
so-
know, we know.
We know, okay.
Okay, so the motion is to postpone until February 18th. So, is there any objection to that? No. All righty, so that postponement passes then. Okay, we have audience participation. I believe we only have one person that hasn't already testified under audience participation. So Pat, if you can come, please. Yes, it is.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly.
Yeah.
It's interesting tonight that we're talking about election integrity. A week ago, yesterday, we had an election in my RSA or Big Lake. It was the most corrupt election the borough has had. We had a board member contacting other board members, soliciting them for vote, for money. For money. We, or that person, solicited the board individually on the phone for a trip, airfare, accommodations to go to Washington, D.C., to specifically sit down with Dan Sullivan and Lisa Murkowski to get money for Big Lake. Okay? Then that person got on the phone because I had two members of my board call in. That person, after soliciting for the vote, tried to get two members of my board removed from the voting process. Election integrity. Okay? Mr. Gamble was sitting right in front of it. Not a peep was said. Not a, hey, let's calm this down. That's out of line. Point of motion, point of order. Nothing. Okay? I called the clerk. We had a meeting with the clerk. The clerk made him, suggested by the attorney, made him stand up in front of the meeting. In front of the meeting, he stood up in front of the meeting and repeated the whole thing. He repeated the whole thing of what he planned on doing. Okay? That's dirty. That's not an election process that any of us in here or anybody was here was talking about. Okay? The clerk and the attorney made him stand up in front of the meeting. And you know what he said then? He made a mistake and informed the whole entire board and Mr. Gamble that he had recorded the phone calls that he was having with the other board members. That's election integrity. We have a problem in Big Lake. I have come to you over and over and over to ask for help, ask for support. I'm asking again. Please, we need your help. We need to correct things, and we need to right the path correct. It's out of control in Big Lake. Please, please help us. Thank you.
Thank you. I think everybody, well, maybe there's one or two people out there that haven't testified under audience participation, but do we have anybody online? No. Okay. So, I'll go ahead and close audience participation, and Madam Clerk, consent agenda, please.
And just a reminder to the public that Assemblymember Fonoff pulled Resolution 25-002 from the consent agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Resolution 25003, a resolution to waive the application and land use permit fees for the Talkeetna Community Council skate park proposal. Resolution 25008, a resolution approving a letter of agreement changing employee health care contribution amounts under Article 45, Section 8.2 of the 2025-2027 labor agreement with the MSBEA Association and authorizing the manager to sign and execute said letter of agreement. AM 25003, acceptance of late filed and retroactive senior citizen and disabled veteran exemption applications. AM 25004, an authorization to vacate a public use easement located directly east of North Shore Road, north of Wasilla Lake, and through the center of Lot 4 North Shore, lying within Section 2, Township 17 North, Range 1 West, Seward Meridian. Approve AM 25006, approval of change order number 1 for contract 25075B with Orion Construction Inc. for the Wasilla Pool floor drain repairs project, adding $95,298.86 for the repair of the corroded rebar on the pool bottom. AM 25007, approval of change order number 2 for contract 24028Q with the Boutte Company for the DeMarie and Sushanna Road Bridge earthquake repairs project to extend the completion date to June 27th, 2025. AM 25008, approval of change order number 2 for term contract number 23-101P with HDL Engineering LLC to add $100,000 for on-call geotechnical services in fiscal year 2025. AM 25009, approval of change order number 2 for term contract number 23100PC with the Boutte Company and to add authority for $250,000 for engineering and survey services for fiscal year 2025. AM 25-010, approval of contract amendment number 1 for Architects Alaska Inc., contract number 24123P to extend contract completion date for Station 6-2 training complex build-out, design pad and training facility from June 15th, 2026 to December 31st, 2026, and to add $400,347.80 to complete the training facility prop design and provide construction administrative services.
Deputy Mayor.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, then the consent agenda has been approved. Madam Clerk.
Resolution 25002, a resolution directing the clerk to review election official pay and to no longer use paper counters in the election.
Okay, and that was.
Pulled by Assemblymember Fonoff.
Okay. Assemblyperson Fonoff, will you move, please?
I move to adopt Resolution 25002, and if I may briefly speak on it.
Yes, 5 minutes?
Less.
No,
Less.
5 words?
More. Okay, I think it explains very different. However, there was few things that was not necessarily written out how I intended, or something that needs to be corrected that I was, the attention was brought to me. So what I want to do is want to make on the very last paragraph where it says, I'm going to make an amendment. I'm going to just share it real quick. Let it be resolved that the clerk is directed to no longer use paper counter, and I want to add or any electronic devices or machines, insert that there, and then in the elections, and have hand count officials, and I want to have add word only with the hand count. So adding the no paper counter
Postpone it.
I'll just ask him when he's done.
or any electronic device or machine, and hand count only. And
Okay, the clerk didn't get all of that.
Dimitri, I just want to clarify in the last, be it further resolved, do you want to insert after no longer use paper counters? What was
paper
that?
counters, comma, or any
Electronic devices.
or machines. And then the rest is same.
Hang on, please let me write that down. Okay. Or any machine, correct?
Or any electronic devices or machines. That way the electronics are completely
Okay.
eliminated.
Yes, sir, got that?
Okay, and at the end says to have hand count, official count, we put only hand count between have and hand.
To have hand count officials,
To have only hand count officials.
okay.
Basically puts the layer to remove all electronics so that there is no additional questions, not just the counters, or then say, well, we remove counters, but not the other thing. And just confirms that it's gonna be only by hand count.
Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing no objection, then the amendment is passed. Discussion on the main motion. Yes, Assemblyperson now.
Thank you. You know, it really is an honor to serve up here, listening to Ms. McKee. And, no, just you were talking about it too, you know, why you do it, right? One of the hardest things I think is when people make assumptions, and I'm sorry, people have left, but I'm going to say it, maybe they'll listen. They make assumptions about what your intention is, and they never come and speak to you about it or ask you about it. And so with the paper counters, I know the intention was never to try to be sneaky. It was to have a second point of verification just to count the number of ballots. It was in keeping with the intent to allow hand counting of the votes. It just counted the number of ballots. And I come from a military family of pilots. Everything you are verifying, duplicating your processes. So to me, it's a second point of verification when you get to making sure you've got that integrity and trust in the election. So taking away the paper counting, I think it takes away that second point of verification. I think it undermines integrity. And I don't like how the machines were working. That part concerns me.
Yeah.
But I think we should leave that up to the clerk to make that work if she can. If it's really, the machines just don't work at all, then okay, you know, maybe we just do the hand count. But I think we need that. And I also don't agree with raising the pay. I think people serve as election officials because they see it as a civic duty. I don't think we need to do that. I'm not necessarily opposed to the clerk taking a look at it, but I'm just kind of speaking from the heart here why I'm opposed to this and why I think it potentially can undermine our election integrity.
Assemblyperson McKee.
Madam Mayor.
Well, excuse me, Tim, let me jump in here. Okay. There was a gentleman out there was talking about how big and unwieldy this hand counting or paper counting tabulator thing was. He looked like he could probably go toe to toe with a gorilla, but they're little. It's just like this. I saw it. I asked the clerk to show me what it is and how it works because here's 11 o'clock at night. Here's poor old Miss McKee. She's tired. She wants to go home and she misses a count. It's like, oh, well, maybe I thought this. That machine only counts. I said, well, what about, I think Kathy Harris, I don't think she's here, but she was talking about what about this antenna? The antenna stays in the box. It doesn't come out of the box. It's not hooked up to the machine. Well, what about the idea that it can be hooked up to the internet? She said, Lonnie, I think it was Lonnie said that anything like that has been disabled by IT. They've already assured that. So all this is a thing that says 42 ballots were supposed to be there. I don't know what they say, but you guys are going to count 42 ballots. And I will tell you, when my husband was a hand counter, they had the machine came through and said, let's say it said 42 votes ballots were going to be counted.
Okay, I'm going to give you 30 more seconds.
I got it. So what happened was they counted the ballots. They ended up too short. So it's like, what happened to these ballots? What is going on here? Well, thank God they knew because the tabulator said there were 42. They found two. They looked everywhere. They found two ballots in the wastebasket that somebody had just chucked. So it's just, I worked in a bank. You better count for every penny. And when you have something that is not going to be hooked up to the internet, cannot count the votes, what's wrong with that? It's just an assurance.
Okay. Further discussion on the motion to adopt RS 25-002 as amended.
Yes, Nick.
Madam Mayor.
Oh, yes, go ahead, Assemblyperson Hale.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was hoping that these paper counters would be, highly efficient like the bank uses, and just count the paper and then, we could move on. But it sounds like they're more trouble than they're worth, so I'm not opposed to this.
Okay, thank you. Assemblyperson Ponoff, go ahead.
Yeah, attorney brought up a point and he'll explain what it is. And there's something, I'm making an amendment and Nick will explain on it. And it's something to accommodate disability real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, just for the record, I was taking notes. If the amendment has passed already, I would ask another Assembly member, Fonoff, to make another amendment to strike the words "in the election" in the "be it further resolved" clause, to strike the words "in the election" and put "for counting ballots."
Where's that?
The reason is what he wants to, what the intent here is to say is you're not going to use paper counters or any electronic device or machine for counting ballots. I don't believe we can say "in the election" because we're required by federal law to help accommodate both blind and deaf. And to do that, you use a machine.
You're right.
And it's a very limited circumstance. Sometimes it never happens, but the clerk has to have the ability to do it. So my recommendation is to get rid of the words "in the election" and replace it with "for counting ballots." So then it would read, no longer use paper counters in any or electronic device or machine for counting ballots, and have only hand count officials count the total number of ballots.
Okay. So,
would ask.
Ponoff, are you making that amendment?
Yes, terminology is
Okay.
for Nick.
Discussion on that amendment. Any objection to that amendment? Okay, so are we ready to vote then on RS 25-002?
That was only the secondary. You have to vote on the primary too, please.
The primary of what?
Did we? I'm sorry, I'm tired.
Yeah, you're not the only one, lady.
So what are we doing?
Okay, so is there objection to passing RS 25-002? I think there was. Okay. So, everybody can proceed to
Is there an
vote
we are voting on the.
on
the
RS 25-002 as amended. There's two amendments.
Okay, well, I want some method of counting.
Okay, Madam Clerk?
Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Madam Mayor, it passed with Assemblymembers McKee and Nowers opposed.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready then to do there is no unfinished business, there's no vetoes, and Madam Clerk, will you read for the.
Introductions with speed of
Yeah,
light.
introductions.
Ordinance 25014 and accompanying resolution 025 or 25009, ordinance 25015, and that is it.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk and set for the public hearing for February 4th of 25.
Deputy Mayor, will you take and read the vacancy report, please?
I move to approve the mayor's recommendation up for the confirmations as follows. Enhanced 911 Advisory Board, Kenneth Clewin. Local Emergency Planning Committee, Connie Erickson. MSB Fish and Wildlife Commission, Michael Bowles and John Van Diest.
Is there discussion? Any objection to the vacancy report? Seeing and hearing none, then the vacancy report is approved. There is no other new business, there's no referrals, there's no reconsiderations. And Mr. Attorney, parting comment.
No, ma'am.
Assemblyperson McKee, parting comments.
Nope.
Deputy Mayor, parting comments.
God bless everyone. Thank you, Lord.
Parting comments, Assemblyperson now.
Yes, this issue of health powers, I kind of hear some conspiracy theories about us trying to grab health powers, and I just kind of want to reassure folks that that's not what's happening. Please contact the borough or assembly member. We're just trying to figure out a way to get some funding to treat, to allow for treatment of opioid addiction. So please call somebody and ask that. And you know, if you find a conspiracy, hey, great, and let's pursue that. But my understanding is that's not the case. I just a little history on the multifamily part of the reason the level came down of regulation of when you go through a permit process is because of those detached fourplexes. So if you go up by Turner's Corner, Fishhook, all those fourplexes went in, and a lot of concern was raised about 4 septic systems on an acre with 1 community well, and there being nobody looking at that and looking at traffic impacts. And so everything's a reaction and and then another reaction. So that's kind of what I know of some of that history there. And then I would say on the Planning Commission, if you kind of want to know where they sat on that, you can go back and listen to the testimony, not the testimony, but the debate. And I listened to it on 2x speed. And so you can get it real fast, like in 10 minutes, you can hear what all the commissioners, and only a few of them speak so fast that you can't understand. So that's just an option if you're wanting to know where the Planning Commission sits on. And that was December 2nd, I think they debated that. So thanks.
Mr. Manager, parting comments?
I'll be quick, Madam Mayor. 2 items in your red folder tonight. First is the 2024 Citizens Financial Transparency Report. I think I got that right, maybe not. But it's in there. We're going to release that on the website tomorrow. It's really a smaller version of how we take in funds and spend them in a way. It's about 17 pages as opposed to the 400-page budget that we like to generate. And so I think staff do a great job with that. The other one is a basic mock-up for the historical documents display. So if you look for that, it'll kind of give you a sense of what we're thinking as a traveling kit. If you have opinions or thoughts, we are still fundraising and would like to get to that number, but that's what we intend to procure. And then that kit would be available to schools, libraries, here at the Borough Building, for the entire borough. So if you have thoughts on that, we are going to continue to move forward on designing that until the funds become available, and then we'll start procurement. Thank you.
Assemblyperson Hale, parting comments?
No, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, Madam Clerk, parting comments?
Just thank you for having us, Stella and I.
Yep. Assemblyperson Sumner, parting comments?
No comment.
Assemblyperson Gamble, parting comments?
Yeah, just real quick, I took an interesting phone call today. Apparently last night during the Planning Commission, they approved a conditional use permit for helicopter operations out of mile 135 of the Parks Highway. And I don't live anywhere near mile 135 of the Parks Highway, but I got a phone call today about it, and people are upset about it. And I found out that the Matsu Borough Assembly gave up its or delegated its authority for conditional use permits to the Planning Commission. And so I'll be contacting you, Nick, and finding out the history of that and see, yeah. It was a clear piece of land out there right by where the restaurant was built, from what I understand. But they want to start up sightseeing helicopter operations. I'm saying, God, we just went through this with South Connecticut River Road. So anyways, I thought that it was interesting that the Assembly delegated its authority for conditional use permits to the Planning Commission. That's not true. That's what Alex told me today. Anyways, I'll talk to you about it tomorrow.
Yeah, there's nobody here from whatever. Assemblyperson Ponoff, parting comments?
Thank you. Quickly, just I was going to ask because when something gets bring up like this, with maybe without a full context, when it come to the testimony from Mr. Daniels, I wanted to ask our manager to kind of look and then maybe give us a report what actually happened, so we're fully understanding, so that we don't just get one side of the story. And then also Ms. Goforth brought some of the concerns if there's changes or in the proper way of reporting the minutes. I would also request who's in charge of that to make those proper corrections, because I do think our records need to reflect things correctly as what we take in the meetings. And people do make mistakes, but if it's on purpose, then it needs to be adjusted in a different way than if it's just accidentally. That's it.
Okay. Well, we did it, guys, right? We adjourned at 11:50.
The conference has ended. You will now be disconnected. Goodbye.